Alright, hello everyone, welcome back to another episode of Mukluk Streams. I'm your charming, self-proclaimed, and still slightly bearded host Mukluk, and we are back in Guild Wars 2.
Welcome to Japan, kids. It's time for tentacles.
Hi, Spells. We are back for Guild Wars Tuesday. That's right, that's what day it is. I'm currently connected to the EU servers, gonna visit the people from across the pond, and then later tonight I'll be back on the NA servers. Good morning, Muk. Hello, Chopperty. HH Snack subbed with tier 1. Thank you, HH Snack, as well. Appreciate you. Welcome. Hello, Mark Chat. Hi, Woodren. I overslept a little bit this morning, chat. I might need to change the sound on my alarm clock. My my phone has like 2 alarms, and I woke up this morning when my wife came into the room to get something, and that woke me up. And then I was like, both my alarms are off. I have turned both of them off in my sleep, and I do not remember doing that. That's a problem. Some days I hit snooze intentionally. This morning, I don't remember that happening. Mug, do you have any suggestions on how to farm a bunch of karma? Well, if the Christmas event was still going on, I would suggest that, but it's, that's done. One method I know people have done for a long time is just spamming events in Dragonfall. Just event after event after event, because they all kind of chain together. That's one way of doing it. If you're going to be trying to farm karma, you can get the, go into your guild hall and get the buff that increases karma gain by 10% and just have that on all the time. You could also get the enrichment for your amulet that increases karma gain and just have that on until you choose to take it off. So you can get 2 buffs that increase how much karma you're getting. So those help. Agonod says, do strikes and raids with karma boosters. Deborah says, Tequaddle's good for karma.
Need a move alarm clock out of reach so you can turn it off subconsciously XD.
It was. Yeah, in high school I had to have my alarm clock on the other side of the room with the volume really, really loud. So I had to get up and turn it off before my dad came in and beat me up. Now, my phone's my alarm clock, and I had it out of reach, but I don't know. Apparently Sleepy Me didn't care. Mug, never seen you do a daily crystal charge. You doing that daily? I used to do it, and then I got to a point where I had like hundreds of those things, and I was like, wow, I've gone like a year without using these. And so I stopped doing it. But if you're actually using them to make things and then sell those things, it can still be profitable. I just haven't been bothering to do that. Yeah, charging quartz each day can still make you money. When those things are on cooldown, you can farm Living Roll Season 4 maps with Karma, level 3 upgrades, and farm mobs. Do note, however, you can only farm for about 30 minutes per map. After that, you have to swap to another map to avoid diminishing returns. Doing this gets about 170k karma per hour. Well, will you continue Trials of Mana this evening or only Guild Wars 2? I definitely will not be doing only Guild Wars 2 this evening. On Tuesdays, usually after the giveaway, I do some variety. So it might be Trials of Mana or Assassin's Creed. But yeah, we still in the process of finishing Trials of Mana and Assassin's Creed. I should call it Bard's Creed because I'm friggin' sleeping with everybody. Bard's Creed Odyssey and Trials of Mana in the evening, and Against the Storm in the mornings. And then Wednesday, doing a sponsored stream for Enshrouded, and if I end up liking that, I might end up finishing that on stream. Might end up doing a whole lot more of that, we will see. What's this profession? Spartans, what is your profession? This is my Herald. He is the best class in the game at lazily keeping quickness on himself for farming nodes. Because you farm faster while you have quickness, and this guy, if you look right here, he's just farting quickness with very little effort. Could Miss Muck have turned your alarms off? She wouldn't do that. Like, could she, as in, like, is it possible? Yeah, it's within the realm of human possibility, but I'm telling you, she wouldn't do that. Alright, that one's done. Still praying you to try Dave the Diver when you're done with your backlog. Oh man, the number of games y'all suggest to me, some that are years old, like Assassin's Creed, makes it so the backlog just like never catches up. The beard turned my alarms off. I don't know how that goes. Quickness Herald, yep. Turns 15 minutes of farming into like less than 10 minutes of farming. Just saves time. Hi Muckachad. Hi Zero. That's guild hall number 1 of 4. Got one more week till the balance update. Next Tuesday, the 30th, is when the skills and balance update comes out. Wonny Whittle, thank you for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. Chat, you know about Twitch Prime? Wonny knows about Twitch Prime. How are you all? Hello, Goddess. Am I glad you are trying out Guild Wars 2? There is so much to do in this game. Just wait until you beat the main story. The game really opens up after that. Okay, alright. Yeah, thanks for suggesting this game to me. What a wonderful world. I assume you have glyphs of those harvesting tools? Yeah, you can see all the volatile magic on the right-hand side. Good to know, is that specialization unlocked with expansions? Yeah. The Herald came out with Heart of Thorns. So it's included in Heart of Thorns. Of course, Revenant itself came out in Heart of Thorns. So the base class of what I'm playing and its subclass were both Heart of Thorns. When did Muck unlock that beard? You know what? It just grew on me. I mean, yeah, that's both a pun and the truth. Indie Gem Guild Wars 2. Yeah. By this little known developer. Mark, I have a new question. Do sigils based off weapon swap work on element swap too? Yes. And for engineers, they work on kit swap. Mark, do you have a guide on what order should be the personal story and expansions plus living world? Actually, yeah. Let me see. Do I have a command for that? That right there. There's a video called WTF is Living World. I had to think about it. I was like, did I make that video? Yeah, I did make that video. Ghost says, Muck, would you suggest playing Guild Wars 1 to get the Heritage Armor Guild Wars 2, or is that a huge time sink? 1, it is an absolutely huge time sink. 2, the Heritage Armor is just cosmetic. If you want it, yeah, go for it. But it is going to take time. And, you know, it's not anything that's going to help you stats-wise. It's just going to be a fun thing. I myself played Guild Wars 1 to unlock some of the bonuses in Guild Wars 2. But yeah, it was a large time sink. I feel like there's a video for every question you could have done for Guild Wars 2. Not every question. I still get questions each day that I don't have videos for, but I've made like over 100 guides for the game. You got the Delinquent Moe and White Raven and Black Widow Spider. And the Rainbow Jellyfish. There's 4 Ranger pets from Guild Wars 1. True Guild Wars 2 completionists must play Guild Wars 1. I will say Guild Wars 1 is a very different game. Like, I love Guild Wars 2. I'm okay with Guild Wars 1. It's... the level of joy I feel playing the other game is very different. Enshrouded is the Power World killer. I don't know if anything is the Power World killer. That game is breaking Steam records left and right now. Like, they celebrated 3 million downloads the other day. And it's like less than a week in early access. Not interested in trying it out. I feel weird about it. Like, first of all, I want to say, if you like Power World, I got no hate for you. You know, that's fine. But it's like, the game itself, like, the whole thing is basically butcher and enslave animals that don't fight back for the most part. And then when you get them and you enslave them, you give them guns. I'm like, man, this is just America with extra steps. And then, like, jokes aside, it's clearly a blatant ripoff of Pokemon. And there's so many people that are like, oh, well, you know, their designs are different. You know, a sheep is a sheep. And, you know, they both copied sheep. It's got PAL balls, right? You capture them in balls just like Pokeballs, right? It's clearly a ripoff. And, you know, Pokemon copied Dragon Quest. They're not the first to do it, but it feels weird. It's like the game is... It's Pokemon, but then they added, like, a coat of Valheim to it. And they did a solid job. The game seems to be running really smooth. It seems to run smoother than the last Pokemon did at launch. But at the same time, like, I look at it and I'm just, I don't know. I feel weird about it. So I'm not jumping to touch it. It's a big pile. Wait, what? Yeah, the game is like a big parody. Yeah. You could do that in humans. Yeah, I saw. You could catch the humans in Pokeballs and, like, enslave or butcher them. Because the Pokeball just, like, brainwashes them. What's your goal on Guild Wars 2? Have fun. Muk, love your videos, man. Just trying out Druid. I'm loving it. Is Druid a good place now? Yeah, the way that Druid plays has changed quite a bit in the last couple years. So some of my videos on Druid are, like, some of the tips and tricks are still up to date, but the way you play it is out of date. But if you enjoy how it plays, yes, it is a top choice for supports. Yes. There's also the condition Druid that's based on doing dot damage, which is now an option. It's 30% Genshin, 10% Elden Ring, 50% Pokemon, 10% other. It plays nothing like the Pokemon game. You get the Pokemon low health, capture them in balls, and then they serve you. And then, like, that's literally the primary premise of the game. Like, yeah, you use guns, yeah, you fight them yourself, you know, mano a mano. And yeah, you then enslave them to work in, like, a sweatshop and stuff like that. But the primary thing is absolutely Pokemon, and then it's also, like, a survival game like Valheim. Like, if you take the Pokemon part out of Power World, it's literally just Rust. Like, it's kind of the defining thing. You forgot the 50% Arc, the whole interface is ripped from it. Near as I can tell, it uses the Arc engine and plays more like Arc than Valheim. It's literally advertised on the meme of being haha Pokemon with guns, saying that's not Pokemon, it's insane. Yeah. If you took the part that is similar to Pokemon out of it, it's just it's like a shooting survival game and that's it. Like, that is the defining feature. Pokemon is a turn-based RPG. This is a third-person shooter. I'm not talking about the genre. I'm talking about the, like, franchise. Yeah, you could say all of that, whatever is saying with literally any other game, just about. Dude, I can't even say that Guild Wars 2 is that similar to Guild Wars 1. Power World is more similar to Pokemon than Guild Wars 2 is to Guild Wars 1. Like, yeah, look, dude, there's lots of similarities. Like, StarCraft was a copy of Warhammer 40k. World of Warcraft was a copy of EverQuest. Pokemon ripped off a bunch of stuff from Dragon Quest. Look, I'm not saying Power World's the first one to do it. I'm saying it's so blatant, I feel weird about it. You know, like the fact that they did this, it's like, yeah, okay, your version of Luxray doesn't look identical to Pokemon's Luxray. It's only 95% the same picture, but at the same time, you're beating up these animals, you're capturing them in Pokeballs, then you throw the Pokeball to make the animal come back out, and then serve you and do whatever you want. It's the same premise. It's the same idea. Now, most people are okay with that, and I say most because, again, it's like shattering records and Steam sales and stuff like that right now. It's doing very well for itself. I'm just saying that it's like, okay, you know, this generation just does not care about about that kind of thing. It's just weird with all the hit pieces and stuff. It's getting those tons of copies everywhere. Guild Wars 1 might not be an MMO or cheese twice single player game. Yeah. Have you heard that it was programmed by people who learned on the fly and none knew how to make a game before making it? That's not even the first game that company's made. No, I have not heard that, but I do know that the company that made it has other games that have been in early access forever and seemingly abandoned, and a lot of people are concerned about that. So, you know, hopefully they take the success of Palworld to heart and they keep supporting it and they don't just leave it on life support like they have some of their other projects. Hard to avoid copyright when Pokemon has hundreds of cut Pokemon. I've actually looked into that, and Pokemon actually hasn't copyrighted all of their Pokemon. They've copyrighted some of the common ones, like Charizard and Pikachu, but like Cyndaquil, they don't have a copyright for Cyndaquil. And also the way they all look. Like, Mareep is a sheep. So if you make, you know, Mareep and also the Palworld version of Mareep are both copies of a sheep. So they're going to look similar, right? That's fine. Yeah, they've both got a blue penguin. They both have copied penguin. But then there's others like the thing that's like Luxray that they look like basically identical. There's a lot. But at the same time, I'm not even really arguing the whole thing that like they both have Pokemon that look similar. I'm saying they both of them, you fight these things that look like Pokemon, that talk like Pokemon, that sound like Pokemon. You get them low health, you capture them in balls, and then they serve you, and you use them in like dogfights. Except this one, you also have enslavement in sweatshops, and then you know, you give them guns if they're on good behavior. So yeah, I don't know. It just doesn't appeal to me. Again, I'm not. If you like it, you're in the majority. I'm not hating on you. I'm just saying it. I don't know. Just feel off when I look at it. I just feel off. I feel like it was just like there's like inspired by, and then there's just like blatant ripoff. And it's in my mind, it's like closer to the latter. At least they're edging their happiness as part of the base building. Snorlax kind of looks similar to League of Legends TFT Legend. Wait, Snorlax looks like I promise you the first Snorlax came out before Teamfight Tactics. Yo, I remember catching Snorlax when I was like 10 years old. In Red and Blue. No trainers, no gyms, no Elite Four. There are blatant ripoffs that have those things. I didn't say it copied every aspect of it. Like, I'm not saying it's got Professor Oak in there with, you know, Ash's mom. I'm just saying that the game as a whole, you're throwing Pokeballs for God's sakes. Like, it's Pokemon plus like Arc, right? And again, yeah, there's a lot of people that like that. That's fine, but I look at it and it makes me uncomfortable. Yeah, that's it. That's how I feel about it. Snorlax is from like 1996. Yeah, Red and Blue. The first Pokemon games had Snorlax in them. You had to get the flute to wake him up to get him out of the road. I see many streamers I follow tried Palworld. I've not asked them are they started paid promotion. I think streamers are a huge impact on game sales. If the game runs fine and is fun, isn't that the goal? Who cares if someone copies other games? Well, I mean, who cares? I think there should be to an extent. Like, I don't think that Pokemon's hurting. Pokemon is a giga corporation. They're fine, right? I'm not like, you know, rushing to White Knight Pokemon. I haven't played Pokemon in decades. But at the same time, I think we should care if someone rips off somebody else. Because you wouldn't want it to happen to you. You know, if you come up with a good idea and you're trying to realize it, and then someone, you know, just rips off your idea and then, you know, gets rich, gets famous, and then you're left in the dust, I probably feel pretty bad. So I think we should care. But I think what you said is a better description of the world we live in. I very much expect a lawsuit. I'm not sure if they can. Like, again, they didn't use the word Pokemon. They didn't use Pokeballs. They didn't use Pikachu or Charizard. You can't copyright the design of the game. Like, you cannot copyright, I'm gonna beat up animals, get them low health, and then capture them in balls. Like, that's too specific. You can't copyright that. So, they might try. I'm curious to see if they do as an outsider. I don't honestly think they have legal ground to stand on. Not that I'm a lawyer, but just from what I know. That would kind of be like if League of Legends, clearly a copy of Dota, right? Very much a copy of Dota. And then over time, Dota and League of Legends kind of grew a little bit apart, and they're a bit different now. But League of Legends and Dota 2 were both copies of Dota 1. And at this point, we kind of decided that game type is no longer just one game, it's a genre. So now, I guess, throw balls at animals is just going to become a genre the way that this is going right now. Pokemon was not left in the dust. I know. Oh my gosh, you egg. I started that sentence by saying, Pokemon's fine. It's a Giga corporation. Didn't League have some of the devs of Dota? I'm actually not sure. I don't know the history. I know that Dota 1 was a Warcraft 3 map. I played the hell out of Dota 1. And then Blizzard said, we now own the rights to all of the maps you made in our map engine. And so then a lot of the people that made Dota went off to make Dota 2 within their own engine. League of Legends was soon after that. I don't know about the people who made League. The people who founded Riot have my stuff. Thank you, Winchart. If I'm not mistaken, Creator Law was also part of the original Dota team, save for Heroes of New Earth. If anything, I'm sure this is going to boost the new Pokemon games. It's not Pokemon Disney Star Power World. I'm excited for Steam to get a throw balls at wounded animals tag. That would be funny. That would be funny. Let's see, get that. We're playing AC Odyssey today. Maybe in the evening after the giveaway. We'll see. But yeah, I don't know. It seems okay. Like, if you enjoy it, I will say the game seems like it runs really well. Because I've watched other streamers playing it quite a bit. It seems like it's solid. It seems like it's running better right now in early access than the Pokemon Scarlet and Violet ran at their launch. And I think that's kind of shameful for Game Freak. As I think Game Freak should have done a whole lot better. But at the same time, yeah, it's the Pokemon premise in another game. This feels odd. Now, there are a lot of people also saying that they use, like, AI art and stuff like that. I haven't seen any evidence of that, so I'm not using that.
Wow, for that long? Good stuff. Thumbs up.
So I'm not using that as part of my argument. I'm just talking about, like, the premise of the game. Let's see. You know how many games remind people of other games, many of them any Dark Souls written? Right, and Souls-like has become a genre now. Which is why I was saying, if this gets away with it, then then throw balls at wounded animals is going to become a genre. It's, at that point, it's just going to be like, okay, the floodgate will open and everyone's going to copy it. If legally Palworld ends up fine from this, I think tons of companies are going to start, making more copies of Pokemon. Pokemon was not the first with the premise. No, it was not. Dude, when I was a kid, there was Pokemon, there was Digimon, there was Monster Rancher, there was Dragon Quest. That's just off the top of my head. There was quite a few companies that did capture animals and make them do what you want. Mon like you like Tim Tim. Sad people forgot Digimon exist and was for Pokemon. I just said it. I just said Digimon Mogelberg. Dauntless got away with being a copy of Monster Hunter. Legend of Legaia. Talking about Palworld? Yeah, talking about Palworld, Liz. A few people asked some questions about it, so we ended up talking about it. When the Dota thing happened, Valve offered Ice Frog to work for them and make Dota 2. I believe he's still at it. Yeah, I do think Ice Frog is the lead dev on Dota 2. I see his name thrown around a lot. Just finished Jedi Survivor. Muck looks like Cal Kestis from a certain point. Hairstyle and beard. What? I mean, I'm not ginger. Fun fact, my mom is ginger, so I got passive ginger genes. Thankfully Guild Wars 2 Rangers don't have to beat up animals for charming them. No, we just run into, like, nests and steal babies and run. Pokemon came out in 96, Digimon was 97. I don't know if, because the Pokemon games were both based off, like, manga. I don't know which one made their first bit of, you know, anything. Forced adoption, yup. Let's see. Okay. Finished all of that. Let's see. What's going on right now? What is going on right now? Etherblade Assault. Let's see if there's anyone doing that on EU. Muck is quarter ginger. I don't know if that's how the math works out. Today is the PvP event week start. Hold on. Do I still have their event calendar open? PvP Rush event starts January 23rd. Yep, that's today. Yep. Let me see. You want to speak with Zafira and Lion's Arch when the event begins if you wish to join. So PvP Rush is starting. Gonna do some PvP today? I might. I'll play till I get mad. So, like, one game. So no one's doing this. Okay. You're on the EU servers? Yes. When I play during the morning stream, I'm on EU. When I play during my evening stream, I'm on NA. Let's see. I do miss your PvP series. I update it when I can. The thing is like, in PvP, okay, so, like, anytime I play a PvP game, if it's a good game, my definition of a good game is it's not one-sided. Like, I can have a good game and lose. Like, as long as it's, like, in the first half, you can't tell who's gonna win. I think that's a good game. Also, as long as there's no one just one-shotting people. Because that leaves no room for, like, actual gameplay. It's just, like, some guys running around just bop, 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 one-shotting people. So, if those conditions are met, I add it to the PvP playlist. For those who don't know, on Mukluk Plays, my second YouTube channel, I have a playlist for Mukluk Plays PvP, and it's just good matches, and there's like 100 episodes there. But the thing is I feel like these days in PvP, I have to play like 4 games, maybe 5, to get one good game, and then I put it on there. And yeah, I mean, it's good for business too. That's like one of the most popular series on that channel. But it's tough finding those games because there's so many builds right now that just go around and just like one-shot people, you know? Like, there's a lot of builds right now that are just extremely bursty.
Once you start the PvP section, you should ask your bestest buddy ShyPadge to join you, as he is also streaming Guild Wars 2.
I'll keep that in mind. I'll see if I can reach him. Is the balance next week? There is a balance patch next Tuesday. I don't know if it's going to change the PvP meta at all, but there is a balance patch next Tuesday. Competitive Rush is the bad form of Rush. Hope no toxins fly through in chat. Doesn't it cost money to swap servers all the time? I also miss the PvP series. Hey, Sudsy. So I'm one of the ArenaNet partners. That just means that they recognize that I created a bunch of content for the game, and they gave me a few perks. One of them is I can server swap without paying the gem fee, as long as I don't abuse it. So, like, on Tuesday morning, I swap to EU, and then after that stream, I swap back to NA, and I just do that, like, twice a week. But yeah, for the average player, they would have to pay gems to do that. Boom says, I'm new to your channel. I've seen your recent PvP videos, but have you tried PvPing in an organized party, or does Guild Wars 2 not support that? Boom, you can, in unranked gameplay, you can queue as 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 people. In ranked gameplay, you can only queue as 1 or 2 people. You can queue as groups. If you want to do ranked gameplay where you queue with a whole party, you would need to find, like, have to do an automated tournament. Automated tournament, you can queue with 5, and it's basically ranked. You can do that. Now, for me, I kind of have other problems, like the way the game works is it uses your matchmaking rating of your account. Like, for example, I'm Platinum 2 on my best of days, okay? On an average day, let's say I'm Plat 1 to Gold 3. If I'm like, okay, I've never played Weaver. I want to try Weaver out. And I log into my my Elementalist, and I copy build online, and I practice on a dummy, and then I queue into a game. It will still put me against Plat 2 people, even though now I'm probably a Bronze 1 Weaver, because I don't know how to play it yet. So learning to play things I haven't already played on my account is extremely difficult, because it will still throw me into the meat grinder against people that have been fighting my Ranger. So that's another part of the issue, which kind of makes it difficult to like try new builds and stuff like that. Why did you change your gear from power to toughness? Why did I change my gear from power to toughness? Oh, I'm using givers.
Num 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 num.
Okay, so I'm guessing you're asking why I changed from harriers to givers. Because whatever day I did it, I was tanking something. Harrier's gear has power and concentration and healing power. Givers has toughness and concentration and healing power. So Givers, honestly, if the healer goes from Harriers to Givers, their damage goes down a little bit, but the healer wasn't doing that much damage. And then the Givers allows them to survive a lot of stuff that might have killed them, and if the healer dies, usually the whole group dies. Quick, everybody block Shy. Hello, Shy Paj, welcome. Mukluk Douglas thought to be Reginald Esquire the 4th. This is Johnson Van Civils the 3rd. Welcomes you and yours to the lab. Hope you enjoy your stay entertainments on the way. Cricket the speakers, don't touch the speakers, giveaways every week. Please take a seat, but you'll only need the edge. Welcome. I think one trait in Druid gives more healing power based on power. It does, and I can show you the trait. It's a smidgen though. It's a teeny tiny bit. Gain 7% of your power as healing power. That's it. That's it right there. So it does make your heals a little bit larger. But you have to take that trait, so you give up something else, and you also have to take Harrier gear and give up Givers. And again, on a Druid, going from Harriers, which has power, to Givers, which doesn't have power, is like going from 4,000 DPS down to 3,000 DPS. Like, the heal Druid's not putting out a lot of damage, and most of the damage they're putting out is from the pet, which is not affected by your gear. Like, for example, when the Druid's like this, I'm doing literally 0 damage. These skills are just healing. I'm not doing any damage like this. It's like an engineer with a medkit. So it just has no effect on it. DJ Spud? Yeah, I could do DJ Spud. Here you go. Pet Chip. I have to refund that. Chip's not in the room right now. Let's see. Is Shy here? I don't know if Shy just did a drive-by. I see Shy's people. Now do the ints. Alright, I'd like to do some strike missions, starting with the Icebrood Saga ones. If anyone would be interested in joining, here is the squad join command. I'm on EU right now, and I'll put together the best squad I can with what I get. Potato mug, yes. Shy just dropped a huge cow in chat. Is that a cow? I admit, I mistook what it was. Got 5 so far. If anyone else wants to join, do some strike missions. Could do the daily ones too, but currently at the Icebrood Saga ones. Do strikes spoil much of Icebrood? Hold on, thinking. No? I think for all of them, you'd be just kind of confused. It's like you're in a room, beat up this bear. You're in a room, beat up this guy. You're in a room, beat up this ice guy. You'd be like, I don't know who these people are, but they gotta go. Right? So, no, story-wise, no, it doesn't spoil you. Okay. If you can heal or boons, please say so. The EOD ones are more spoilery, right? So one of the EOD ones is fighting the demon that you meet 30 minutes into... Wait, sorry, not EOD. I was talking about Soto as I said that. Hold on, EOD. All right, what's EOD? Yeah, kind of. Like, Harvest Temple is basically the finale of the whole dragon cycle, which is like 10 years of content. Kanang Overlook, the boss there, is friendly to you at the beginning of End of Dragon, so he's kind of a spoiler. Jade Junkyard, not really a spoiler. Etherblade is a spoiler. Yeah, those are more... If you've been paying attention to the story, those are more, spoilerish. Okay, let's see. Chopperty, if you can alack heal, please. I'll put you down here. And... do we have any quick DPS? We do. Ursioth can quick DPS, and do we have another one? Zyra says plus. Okay, so Zyra... Hopefully I understand that right. So Zyra can be the second quick DPS. Okay, and then everyone else can just be DPS. Boop, 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 boop. Okay. There we go. Strike. Shiver Peaks Pass. Start with the easy.
Blah, 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 magic!
Hey, Shugo. Hello there, have a good stream. Hi, Shugo.
Commander, heard you're headed back into the pass. I'll be right there.
Give me that.
On another topic, I'm working on a script for a new video.
Be careful up there.
I've got a few more game reviews that I've done that are coming out on the main channel that are in Noxxi's editing queue. But besides that, I started on a video it's gonna be called something similar to like, so you want to play support. And it's meant to be like a collection of tips of how to play support, like nothing class specific, but things that can kind of pertain to you no matter what you're playing. Like, here's how group composition works. Here's when you should revive and when you should not revive. Here's when you should use Harrier's gear and here's when you should not. Things like that. I actually made a post on my YouTube channel and I was like, hey, I'm gonna do this. Anyone have anything they want to add? And I got a ton of pretty good feedback from that to help edit the video and make it a little better. So I'm working on writing out the script for it. How to play support World v World. Press all buttons and say stability. Yeah, it's meant to be a PvE guide. So PvP and also World v World are quite different in that regard. Keeping boons up is more important than you doing damage. That goes for both offensive support and also the defensive supports. I was eating. What? Eating is just one click. You can still go eat. Maybe give positive examples and negative. Yeah, like for example, when I say when to revive, you know, the first thing I think of is Bone Skinner. This Bone Skinner, like, you know, the top reviving class is the Support Scourge. But if they do it at the wrong moment, they pull you into new puddles and kill you. Like, you have to know when to do it. On the flip side, if you are playing a, let's say, a heal mech, you cannot stop what you're doing to go start reviving people as the heal mech. You cannot, because more people will die. Like, if people go down state, other people gotta save them or they're dead. The heal mech cannot stop, you know, healing and barriering on Bone Skinner to handle that. So it depends on what you're doing. But Heal Scourge, all of the support stuff from Heal Scourge is instant cast, and they can do it while they're channeling, you know, clicking the F key to revive somebody. So It depends on what you're playing and what the situation is.
Keep up the great work.
Thank you, Lazman. Lazman, I was playing on Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader last night, and your name makes me think of that, because they've got las guns. There's las guns, there's long las, which are just like sniper las guns. Las gun, it basically shoots lasers. So I see your name Lazman, and I just think this guy likes las guns. Las guns are angry flashlights. Bone skin are so easy though. Put camera above, watch circle, step to the left. I agree with you, but not everyone will agree with that statement. So, you know, I keep in mind that my target audience for most of my guide videos is people that don't know how to do something. So they find the video by Googling, how do I do this? And, you know, they're trying to figure it out. Healing Shy Patch just now made me think of another thing I can put in the video. When do you heal the group of 9 versus when do you heal the one dude standing out of position? That's gonna be the next chapter. Someone sent me a legendary. Oh, okay. I would be out of position too if someone sent me a legendary. That freaking noise. Now whenever I hear that, I'm gonna think of when we were playing what was it? Assassin's Creed Odyssey, and you did that during the intro.
You fought so much, but your long day has ended.
GG. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Content, clips of my channel. Where was it? Is this it? We are a girl. No, that's not it. Was it after that? Oh, I found it. Oh my god. I found it. Give me just a second. How do I... Okay.
What say you, Spartans? For our sons! For our daughters! For Sparta!
Oh, this is how the movie 300 started. Yo, I loved that movie. What? That is the best timed one so far for that stupid noise. The armies just slam into each other. I can't do it, but you know. Yeah, that was really easy to find. That's how you sound when you get shanked with a spear. Yeah, hi, Asen. Your viewers have kings of comedic timing. Well, when you give them each a sound effect and they get to choose when to play it, they make a lot of funny situations. I'll always remember Tommy. No, Tommy. Yes, you played that bit where Tommy was Insider Golem. You were trying to be quiet, and I made you break out into laughter.
Guys, look at me! I'm so curvy!
Then there's that one. All right.
All will be preserved, dreamer.
I haven't unlocked strikes more than IBS ones. Okay. Well, then we'll do all the IBS ones before we move on to something else. So we can enjoy your presence to to its maximum. Honestly, it'd be kind of silly to be like, all right, Bone Skitter. All right, go to Soto. All right, back to Whisper of Jorvik. All right, go to EOD. Okay, back to the Bears. It would be like, what? What are you doing? To be fair, if a... Oh, hold on. Resing. Search and rescue, I got you. Easy. To be fair, if a bunch of buff shows just started gobbling like turkeys, I'd probably surrender. I mean, are we assuming that that was the buff shirtless dudes that were gobbling like turkeys and not their enemies? It wasn't accurate to say to the 300 movie the dudes weren't bare-chested. Also, they weren't oiled up. Dude, one of my favorite lines I still remember from 300 was like, you know, you need to go back to town and carry a message. And the other guy who has just been stabbed in the eye is like, it's only an eye, my lord. God saw fit to grace me with a spare. I've used that line so many times. Let's see. What did we just do? We just got the bears. All right, so next up would be Whisper, which is the daily. Mike, will you give Heal Chrono a try? I tried it during the beta for the rifle. I tried it during that. The version of Heal Chrono I haven't tried would be like the one that Emmy recently released a guide for, that she's already playing currently and is apparently valid right now, even without the rifle. So I might try that someday. It's not on my to-do list like right now. If you face an army 10 times the size of yours, I would oil up to slip through all those dudes. Waiting on everybody to get into the room. Videos of this sort of title helped me greatly in a whole bunch of MMOs in the past. Nice. Muk played last time in last expansion, Guild Wars 2 got mounts, etc. Give me bits and pieces, rundown what's new, and is it worth to pick up again in 24? Are we too late? You're not too late, Feeding. The game is... they announced, I think it was after End of Dragons, that the game had like a new peak player count. Like, it's not like the game's trying to reclaim its glory days. The game's in its glory days right now. It's doing quite well for itself. You know, it's not like World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy XIV, but it's doing very well for itself right now. As far as what's happened since then, let's see. Path of Fire was when they got mounts. And so End of Dragons and Soto, they added these things called strike missions, which is what we're doing right now, which is like 10-man puggable content that pays really well. It's kind of like a caffeine-free raid. Then there is strike missions. Many of them have challenge modes and normal modes. So there's like, you know, something for the hardcore audience that wants to do things like raids, and there's something for the audience that wants easier content. They added Weapon Master Training, which allows you to use weapons from one of your classes on your other classes. So, for example, a Soul Beast can use Dagger, a Druid can use a Staff, but now they can trade those with Weapon Master Training. Search and rescue! Okay, don't stand there, don't get in the hitbox. So my Druid Staff can be used on Soul Beast if I wish. I'm gonna glyph 2 of those people. Okay, we're all up. I used all 3 res skills there. They're on cooldown now. End of Dragons released new elite specializations. For example, the Engineer can now become a Mechanist, which is a pet class similar to a Ranger, but with a, you know, pet Gundam. So if you're into that, those are pretty cool too. All 9 classes got a new elite specialization in End of Dragons. Soto, they got what the Weapon Master training kind of replaced the new elite specialization. End of Dragons was also the last of the story with the dragons, obviously. And then the after that, Soto was kind of like the beginning of a new... Imagine it's like the beginning of a new book. It's like a new book series with many of the same characters. Like, the dragons are dealt with, now we got new problems. Marluxia, I was fearful for you. I was watching you with my finger on the res button, and then it phased. It's like, okay then. Warriors got Gunblade? They did. Actually, Warriors got Pistol, but it was so, like, mediocre that they're just like, whatever, we get a Gunblade. Forget the Pistol, we don't care. Yeah, the Warrior Pistol was Starfield out of 10. It was just, it was kind of mid. GG! Good job. Honestly,
I really liked Brahim in Soto, mainly because he isn't there and also didn't answer the phone in the prologue.
What I was going to say was good job to the group. Usually when I Pug Whisper in that final phase, you know, when he starts shooting the orbs everywhere, a lot of people go downstate there. So it was a pleasure to see everybody react to it very well. Time to skin some bones. Looking forward to them being mediocre and getting Gunhammer instead. Hope that means Ellie is also getting Gunblade considering how Pistol felt to use. Hold on, I'm trying to... Oh, that's right. Pistol had the thing where you, like, build up the charges and then, like, unleash them all. I don't know. I gotta say, if there's any one class that their weapon needs a redo, I feel like it's that Engineer Shortbow. That felt lame. Like, if it comes out, I can't see myself wanting to use that over, like, Mace Shield. You know, some of them were not very, like, interesting. Like, you know, the Guardian Gun. Guardian Gun is just unga bunga. It's like every button is just big damage in that direction. It's very simple, but you know what? It works, and it's probably fun. But then there were others that was just like, what? Why did they make this? Search and Rescue is on cooldown. I used it to save that guy. I cannot save that one. I do not have a pull. I'm gonna Glyph of the Stars. It'll res everybody. Oh my. Don't drop circles on them. Don't drop circles on them. If we can last like 20 seconds, okay, I can search and rescue one of them. In like 20 seconds, I can Glyph again if it comes down to it. Glyphing. Well, I'm glyphing the 3 that were down earlier. Now there's new ones down. Dude, they just got ran over. They didn't dodge the thing. Don't drop circles on them if you can't save them. Glyphing. You you can move out of the way when he runs you over. It is an option. I'm just laughing because there's some folks here that have every single time he's done the run you over move, they've gotten hit. Oh my. They just like stand in front of it, arms splayed open. Jesus, take the wheel. Jesus is like, I don't know how to drive. And then they're both screaming. There it is again. Is dodge not like one button? You don't really... One, it's not that they don't know how to dodge, it's knowing when to dodge. Also, you don't even really need to dodge for most of this, you just gotta use the arrow key. I'd say the only time I think you have to dodge on this fight, or you really should, is when the big red circle fills the whole room. The rest of it is just step left. Like when he does the breath, you step left. When he does the circles, you step left. When he's about to charge you, you step left. Big circle, you dodge. The rest of it, if you're avoiding that stuff, the healer should be able to keep you up. But if you're getting hit by that stuff, it's hard for the healer to keep up with that. Hello everyone, I'm cooking noodles for Mukluk Guild Wars Tuesday. If bone, what skin to skin? Is the gold time worth molding over an IVS 5 stars? Gold time? Honestly, in the hundreds of times I've done strikes, I don't know if I've ever gotten gold on, like, Whisper of Jormeg. I do not think it's... I don't think it's worth wiping and redoing it. Like, it might be an increase of loot, but it's so minuscule, I don't think it's worth, like, wiping it and starting over. What made you switch from Inji back to Druid? Kind of just the mood I'm in. I will say when I'm playing with, okay, I almost always basically pug. Yes, there are people in this group I've played with before. These are people in the community. They're people that joined from the Twitch chat. However, for all intents and purposes, like, this is a pug, right? You know, most of us here have not, like, grouped with each other a bunch of times. We're not, like, a well-oiled machine here. So when I am playing with pugs, on my Druid, I can occasionally do Glyph of the Stars and res a huge pile of people, which is what I did like 4 times in that Bone Skinner run. I have so much more control over whether we are going to succeed or we're going to wipe and have to do it a second time on my Druid than I do on other supports. Like Mechanist, I love my Mechanist. It doesn't have the ability to res anybody other than walk up and press the F key. That's it. Scrapper, it has the function gyros, which are great, but opposite of Mechanist, like, it does have reses. I just feel like Scrapper sucks right now. Heal Scrapper, I mean. I played, like, a lot of Heal Scrapper before, but... Oh, we lost one person. If anybody wants to join us, we still got Cold War, and I'd like to do the daily strikes in EOD and Soto afterward, if anybody's interested. We're on EU right now. I did one recently. I don't think the rewards were much better. Yeah, it's minor. You wouldn't be having a hard time healers if you were all healers, big brain. Actually, on Bone Skinner, as, you know, time passes, he summons those ads around the edge of the room that shoot at you. And if you just had all healers, you would eventually hit a breaking point, as those things are just keep building up, and peppering you with bullets. And if you somehow didn't, when the Bone Skinner hits the 10-minute timer, he just instantly one-shots the whole room. Will you be doing raids at all today? Maybe. I could be convinced. I do need random footage of me doing various stuff, like what we're doing right now, for this heal video that I want to make. Just anything that just shows me healing. Okay. Oh. I thought we already talked about it. I can't see the shield on my screen. I thought he had already lowered it. Any idea on when new class weapons will launch? Patches on the 30th. The January 30th patch does not have the new weapons, I'm pretty sure. I think it's, like, the next major one. Strikes seem easy compared to fractals over 25, but then again, a good healer probably helps a ton. I will say most strikes are super easy. Like, Shiver Peaks Pass, you can go in there with 4 people that are drunk and they don't know what they're doing and they'll kill it. But Bone Skinner, if you, like, for example, we ended Bone Skinner with what, 4 or 5 people alive? Like, I think your average group, if you had 6 people dead and the boss is only at half health, they probably would have wiped it and started over. But I was like, I can keep these people alive as long as they don't stand in the instant kill mechanics. And I just kept healing, and we just kept going. So, yeah, you know, the DPS was slower, but, you know, it's dead now, and we're done. All you need is 1 Heisen. I don't know if Heisen's ever soloed Bone Skinner. I know Bone Skinner has been duoed. If it's been soloed, I just don't know. I know when Bone Skinner came out, some people killed it with like 2 Revenants. When you can check the gem store for Flute's next purchase. Oh god, is it a boat or a fishing pole? It's gonna be one of the 2. It's a boat! The Queensdale Academy's get. Who is going to go over water with all of these paperback books? And paper documents on a table? Look, that is beautiful, but come on. It needs like a shield or something, like some kind of magic bubble that protects it, right? Because when you're on a boat, there's like almost like a fine mist constantly hitting you as you're going forward from the water. And you do not want that over all your paperback books. They used waterproof ink, yeah, okay. While growing a beard, it's only been a while since I tuned in. Yes. Dude, there was a video I posted yesterday. It was just a meme video on my main channel. And the funny thing was, is I actually recorded that the last time I had a beard. I just never got around to posting it. So it was like, since then I shaved, went a few months, and then grew the beard back out. And someone yesterday saw me with the beard in that video, and they posted like, oh my god, I'm simping for beard luck. I was like, I don't even know how to respond to this. Twitch chat, YouTube chat, are we still live? I think your internet just hiccuped. I think it did too, because my whole game froze for like 10 seconds, and also the chat just completely stopped during that time. All right, I'm getting, yes, you're still live on Twitch, and no, you're not still live from Bluebell on YouTube. Thanks, Blue, you suck. All right, we're good. Glad to maintain connection somehow. On the topic of supports, different supports have different areas that they do their healing in. For example, like these circles for the most part for Druid, right? Like this right here, this blue circle, although I can throw some at a distance. I know Firebrand, a lot of their stuff is a cone, which IMO is way worse. Is there any class that has a worse healing shape than Firebrand Cone? I mean, Spectre, you have to target the ally. Firebrand's Cone is a bit of a point-blank AoE, I mean. Dude, what? Why did my spirits summon back? Oh my god, I think there was a helicopter above me. If there's a helicopter directly above you and you're, as a druid, you're trying to summon, like, spirits, it will, like, catch on the helicopter and go really weird. What spec of Necro do you think is best for soloing PVE content like bounties? For that, I would recommend you check the YouTube channel of Lord Hyzen. Lord Hyzen has a channel that is mostly guys soloing stuff that shouldn't be soloed. And he does it on all 9 classes. So you could copy like any of his builds for open world bounty soloing. Is there a real best way to approach unlocking Astralaria or Legis in general, aside from being super patient? Well, for Gen 1 and Gen 3, you have the option of either making the Legi or just farming gold in whatever your favorite gold farming way is, and then buying the Gen 1 or Gen 3 from the trading post. For Gen 2 or any of the other Legis, like armor and amulets and stuff, you kind of have to just do it yourself and just, yeah, be patient. So I'm in the camp of, you know, do a little bit each day until it's done, and you'll get there and it won't be too bad.
Specialists, incinerate them! Our minds are too weak to resist the coming storm.
Raise your rent. Nice. Everyone dodged the assassins. Glyph just for safety. Fight's almost over. GG! Alright, gonna go to Soto after this. And do whatever the daily is there. All the treasure. How toe is it? So toe. How many chests did you get from that one? 6 or 7? I actually wasn't paying much attention. I was just going waka through the boxes. Alright, let's see. Achievements, Daily, Strike, Cosmic Observatory, and Canang Overlook. Alright. Alright, joining Cosmic. No Dragonstorm? I can maybe do that later. I don't want to change it from a 10-man group to a 50 just yet. Looks like we just lost one. We had one person in the group that didn't have Soto. If anybody in the chats wishes to join, we are on EU. Do you still do fractals, Muck? From time to time, Lloyd. It just depends on the mood. Also, this is just like personal preference. I'm not real fond of doing the last 2 fractals. What are they called? Sunquaw Peak and the newest one. God dang it. The one where you spend half of it jumping. And then you fight the demon at the end. Silent Surf, thank you. I'm not really fond of Silent Surf or Sunquaw, so after making the guides on how to do them, I kind of never went back. So if those are the dailies, I'm usually like, alright, I'm definitely not doing it this day. The one with the boss with more HP than CM Doom, yeah. Surf is just a boring fight. They're cool, but too long. Yeah, they're very, very long. And since most of it is in the final boss fight, if you wipe, you gotta do the whole thing over. Wizard Dennis? Yeah, we could do that. It's waiting on our last person to get here. Ares Stegolkin. Wait, is that Erolozen? Probably not. It's not a cat. He only has one race on his character creation screen. Also, did we lose Shy Pash? Shy was here earlier.
Keep them away.
Is Wizard Dennis gonna grow a beard also? There was the last time I had a beard, we tried it with the Dennis filter. Oh my god, it was horrifying. It was bad. Is the Soto Fractal coming next quarter or the last? I think Silent Surf was the Soto Fractal. Like, it came out before Soto, but I think that was meant to be the Soto Fractal. I know that we have the CM for the Temple of Friber strike mission is still coming. I'd have to double check. I'd have to double check the release schedule. It's not in front of me right now. Whoever had the target marker didn't back up. Lol, turned her into a water sprinkler. Pick those up!
I came here.
Oh my god.
For waffles.
Yo! Okay, been a while since someone done that. Thank you, Windshark. Last time I got you with copper. I don't doubt it. I should make another Patreon account for scares. Season has had like 3 or 4 where he wanted to trigger the FBI open up noise, but he made like a new one on multiple occasions. Is this CM? No, this is the normal one. I mean, yes! We're so good! Very powerful pug. It's nice seeing Asen in 3rd place on bits. Very casual flex. GG. All right. Now to EOD. Arborstone. Wait. No, the portal scroll doesn't work in here. Have to step outside first. Alright, Arborstone. Let's see what the daily is there. Tato King for Duroc. Looks like we got room for 1 if anybody wants in. Daily strikes. Caning Overlook. Everyone's favorite. Are the Season 3 portal scrolls worth it? I mean, That depends on if you go to those places often. Like the only portal scrolls I have on my whole account really are the Arborstone ones and the Soto Wizard Tower. That's it. But some people like having all of them. Have you made guides on Soto strikes yet? Yep, they are out, Dylan. Let me see if this command still is behaving on YouTube. God, the YouTube chat bot is so unreliable. There we go. All right, I copy pasted it. Yeah, that website there goes here, and there's Challenge Mode Cosmic, and then there's another video for both of the normal modes right there, right at the top of the page. Yup. First blood is mine!
Usually I prefer to handle these matters in private. But as deathbeds go, you could do worse. Enjoy the view!
Boo-doo. Numbers on heads mechanic. That guy there is scaring me.
I represent Kanto's future. You're mere pests.
Does the website have, say, an accompanying ad or something? I wonder.
This is the best part of the job.
Got your jail cell ready. Pull off the pillow myself.
Stay synchronized, you two. Strength in pairs.
You know who you're dealing with?
No need to be ostentatious now. It's unbecoming.
Remember what this fight took from you, chat. This is the reason they nerfed Epi. Right before this fight came out, they nerfed Epi into the ground because they're like, you know, Epi would be really broken here.
You think you're any match for me?
Search and rescue. Does being evil in Tyria make you grow 3x in size? Because their models are so big?
You? Easy. Right. At last.
No, because if people grew due to the size of ego, then a Sur would be the size of Norns. I don't know. When we fight Anka in the Jade Junkyard, she's got a pretty big model. Anka. Anka.
I've had enough of you goons.
Dispose of you myself.
Who's your favorite bad guy in Guild Wars 2? It's hard to top Joko. But, wait, what? Why is Shark down there? Shark, what are you doing? Joko for charisma. Like, Joko's the bad guy that would, you know, get the people to vote for him, and then just, like, he's like Lex Luthor. But then you've got, I don't know, I'm a big fan of Zaitan when it comes to the Elder Dragons. Like, he had one brain cell, and that brain cell was just like zombie apocalypse, and it was just bouncing around in there like a Windows screensaver. I can appreciate a good zombie apocalypse. Can the zombie dragon even talk? There was a mouth of Zaitan mob, but it mostly just like ate stuff. I don't remember if it talked or not. Why is my damage meter all pink? It's just oops all virtuosos. Oh my gosh. Ugh. Living water. What? Shark who spent half of the fight bandaging himself on the middle platform got an ascended item. Oh man, I don't know if that's deserved. I don't know. Favorite bad guy? I guess my favorite bad guy is the player, because we killed a god and a couple of dragons. We're pretty bad. Let's see. What do we do now? I'll open the raid up to 50 man. Had some people ask if we would do Dragonstorm or Convergence. And anyone on EU who would like to join the squad, feel free to do so. It is currently open. And I'm gonna head to Eye of the North. Maverick says I've been getting crazy Ascended World v. World lately, like 4 of my last 2 days. My first ever Ascended chess piece that I ever got was a Whoop Whoop chess piece in World v. World. And then I changed the stats on it with the Mystic Forge. It was great. Here's the squad join command if anybody wishes to use it. I'm on EU right now.
Picked a good spot.
Good? Destroyers are crawling all over, and there's no dragons.
They didn't make things easy. Clear out the firebugs and make way for the prisms.
Finally get changed stats on my tech Squad Simbo. Yeah.
So Muck, when are you going to convince Twitch/Amazon to allow Prime subs to auto-renew? Mukluk bobble mukluk.
Pretty sure they're trying to find a way to get rid of Prime subs without us throwing a riot. I would love that. The problem is that imagine if they did allow that, and then like I'm just like, hey, get your friends and your family and your grandmas and your dogs to all use your Prime on me, and then just like for the next 100 years it just continues to take money from Twitch's account. Like there's a reason they don't have it set to auto renew. Just auto take $2.50 per person from Jeff Bezos and give it to me every week. Hell yeah. Or every month. Every week. Wow. I see this is an absolute win. Yeah. Please. Damn, never saw Monk with a beard. What a sexy man. Greetings from Germany. Hello from the colonies. Every week. Yes, Bezos money every week. Yeah, that would be an absolute win.
Bring him down.
We break the champion's connection to the dragons. Then we use that magic.
But yeah, it would be great. I wish it worked that way. It would be great for me paying bills too. But yeah. Not gonna do that.
Ready. Nice of you to clear out the trash.
Yeah, that's actually an interesting topic, because like, when it comes to being a content creator, my income, like, if you think about it, if you work a job and you work the same hours every 2 weeks, you probably make close to the same amount of money every paycheck, you know, unless you do overtime or something, right? But in content creation, like my income from YouTube and my income from Twitch is like this. It's a freaking roller coaster, man. There's like good months, there's bad months, there's average months. It's all over the place. But the income I get from stuff where people subscribe and it has like an auto renew until like they cancel it is like the most reliable, because it's like Patreon, or if they do a Twitch sub in the auto renew method, like those are the ways that it's like the most reliable.
This is not justice.
Unless you're salary and there's no such thing as overtime. Oh my god. I remember turning down a promotion because when I was in tech support, because it was going to make me be salary and it was going to put me on call. And I knew that my boss was like he didn't consider that he abused people who were on call, but I considered that he abused people who were on call.
That's unsettling.
Like, oh, your salary. All right, so you're 100 hours a week now? Great. So I remember it blew his mind that I was like, no, I don't want the promotion. And after like 2 or 3 separate occurrences where I declined it, he stopped asking. I was like, look, I got enough money. Which wasn't a lot, but I very frugal. I was like, I got enough money. I'm happy. I do not wish to give up like all my free time for this. I've been salary my entire professional career, however, been in really good places. It was a good thing. Oh yeah, I mean, if your salary, like how fun or rewarding it is going to depend on the place you're employed by, I think. Kitsamail says, hey Muck, I was watching your combo and breakbar tutorial. I was watching how priority works. I.e., if I put up a healing well on top of someone else's more offensive-oriented field, am I being a hindrance to their finisher effect? Kitso, that's a good question, and that actually got changed in the years since I made that video. The video is still accurate, but to give an additional piece of information that's not in the video, every player will use their own fields before other people's fields. That was added to the game. And then when you're using fields, it'll use your own first, then it'll use the oldest ones. So even if you put down like a poison field and then a water field, you'll use the poison field until it wears off. So it's your fields are top priority, and then oldest fields is second priority.
I've stayed my hand before.
No more.
Today, I obliterate the balance that chains us together.
Been a freelancer my whole career, you get used to the scary and tuck away some when you get surge of income. Yep, yeah. That's how it is as a content creator too. Like, I'm sure it's different if you're like Mr. Beast or something, but for someone that like me, basically on the good months you save, and then on the bad months you're okay because you saved. Like that's the general idea. Like this month, I'm projected to spend more on editing videos for YouTube than I made from YouTube. However, I make up for that fact, like, with the fact that we've got, like, people supporting on, like, Patreon and stuff like that. But if YouTube was the only thing I did and I did nothing else, I would not be able to afford working with Noxxi. And I love working with Noxxi, so I would like to keep doing that.
Use the prisms now. The champions are hanging on to dragons by a thread.
This is it. Bzz. Come on then.
Elder dragons. This might take a couple rounds. Stay strong.
Tell me you pay, you recommend to more people, and you have reached no need to pay anything. Oh my gosh. The old, I'll pay you an exposure? Yeah, no. Dude, I'm not even gonna joke about that crap. My sister-in-law has a camera herself. Why should I pay so much for photos? I'll say this. I definitely do not have the eye of someone who can really appreciate good photography. Like, wait, hold on a sec. People hitting Ryland, slow down. Look at the health bars on the right-hand side. Like, I'm the kind of person that, like, looks at what is supposedly a great photo, and I'm just like, okay. But I do know that there are people who say they could see a difference, and if they're happy to pay for those services rendered, that's fine. I like how I said Ryland slow down a little, and literally every single person except 2 left Ryland. And all of a sudden we had the reverse problem.
I feel it, champion. The connection's weak.
The prisons are ready to launch you closer, Commander. Attack now!
I'm the guy that when people ask me to take a photo of them on the street, they end up asking another person down the road for a reshoot. You just like hold up their phone and take a selfie, and you're like, all right, done.
Is this working? Is this genuinely actually working?
Stay focused. One last push. For Bram. For all of us. Champion, help me! There's too much.
This power, it's so wild.
Get to the prisons!
Prime orders.
Champion, I'm pulling you back!
Now kiss. Sweet home Alabama. Ba-na-na-na-na-na. If anyone wanted to make money from the War v World pop, they should make a plushy Goliath Warclaw skin. That'd be kind of funny.
It's done.
Octavine later?
Champion.
Maybe. I think it might be time to converge after this. Gotta get more essences so I can make the new Leggy armor without actually having to do any rift hunting, because I don't want to. Rip my welcoming message. What's up, Relif? What did you say? Hang on. He says, hey there. Wait, that's it? That's it? You were just trying to call attention to your hey there that we missed? Hi there, Relif. Hi there. Hey. Hey. How are you, buddy? You doing good? Are you watching this at work? Hello, Relif's boss. Hello to you, too. Oh, my goodness. He's like, look at me. What did I do? You're the center of attention. Let's see. All right, back to Wizard Tower. Witness to me. He's over there spraying the chrome on his teeth. Get Splash says, how do you have damage meter? Arc DPS. Let me see if this... Hold on. The YouTube chat bot has been temperamental. I'm gonna try this and see if it works. Nice. All right, there's a link to a web page with the add-on.
Skill issue.
Not a skill issue. The link worked. How are you? Good, how are you? All right, so chat, anyone who's interested, I'm ready to converge. Here's the squad join command. I already have a key. I can open it for everybody. We don't have to wait on a public one. We'll set up some proper groups and make this a guaranteed success on EU right now. And yeah, go ahead and join up if you want to. Really quickly. Hi, Noxxi. Noxxi should join us. I'm gonna get a Coke. I'll be right back. I have a mighty thirst. Ah, much better. Okay. Excuse my sniffles. How do we join? There's a squad join command in the chat. You just copy paste it into the game.
If I install a 32-bit operating system 2 times, will I have a single 64-bit OS?
As someone who worked in the tier 1 of tech support, that sounds accurate to me, yes. Also, then, if it doesn't work, turn it off and on again. Seago says, Yomuk is 270 gold for a bag slot, a good deal. Wait, a what slot bag? Hold on a sec. A 32 slot bag. Is 270 gold for a 32 slot bag a good deal? I do not know if it's a good deal. I can tell you this, though. The Boreal Reinforced Trunks take less materials to craft than other 32 slot bags. So if you're going to be making a bunch of them, this is my recommendation. However, there is an achievement in Sandswept Isles that gives a 32 slot bag, the reinforced Omicron one. You get like one for nearly for free. And then there's the 32 slot bag you get from doing Season of the Dragons as well. But for like, if you're gonna make like 10 of them, I recommend the trunks. Omicron bags are a scam. Now, Relif, please note, I only said to get the free one, right? Not to make a bunch. Like, I'm just saying get the one, and then, you know, go to something else. Does Convergences unlock after some level? Convergences, I think, are just open to anyone who is in Soto. Link the Baggy Waggy video. This one?
Oh, these. My baggies. My massive mucking satchels. My super stuffed pouches. My honker bonker baggy waggies. My canvas stretching loot containing gravity welling loot bags? You mean these super duper ultra hyper god dang 32 slot mucking bags?
There you go. There you go. That's all you use. I have not seen this. You've not seen this? Banana, you're missing some top content. All right. If you provide a lack, please move to a new group. Bags the synonyms are, yep. It's cheaper to buy additional slots for gems and use cheaper bags. Up until an extent. So Jesus, there is a moment when you max out those slots, right? And if you want more bag slots, you would need to upgrade the bags at some point. So it depends on you. Hang on a sec. That's not it. Oh, dang it. Hold on. Oh, God. What? I have a ring light, and I'm messing with it. I'm trying to get it to work right. Because like there's this weird like crackling from the green screen here. I'm like friggin' Krendor. That's no good. Well, that's just the on-off switch. There is one button that is broken. So, okay, my ring light, hold on, just to show you guys. Hold on. I'm gonna show you guys behind the scenes. Okay. Come with me on a magic carpet ride. All right, so here's my monitor. Okay, look, there's you guys. And above it, there's a ring light that points at my face to keeps my face lit. And that ring light has a cord, and on the cord is a bunch of buttons. And one of those buttons is broken. And I think it's the button I need to adjust the lighting on it. If you provide quick, please join an Alack person. And become best friends. Thank you. You're welcome. What did I do? Thank you very much for giveaway. Oh, they won the giveaway. That's what it was. Thank you. Have cake. Oh, thank you. I love cake. Guild invite later. Guild invite later. Muck, in a 4 years old video, you said you're welcome to join your guild. Oh my gosh. Joining the Bone Zone. Thanks for your feedback. You're awesome. I joined the Discord. Awesome. And they sent me meat. Oh, he sent me his meat. Okay. So I need to... Wait, what was that? Oh, shoot. Thank you, Jaina Proudmore. Oh my god, she left Warcraft. Head to your soldiers, cover skins the giveaway. Oh my goodness. Okay, so I will invite these after stream and then say thank you to those. If you are pure DPS, please fill in the groups up to 5 each. Okay. The light button on your light is bright. No, there's 4 buttons on the cord because there's different types of light on it. And actually, I don't want to touch it because it's working perfectly right now. I think when I pointed the camera right at the ring light, the autofocus actually helped out. Now it's not doing the crackling thing. He's on EU in the morning and in the evening. Yes, yes. So I am on Guild Wars Tuesday. I stream in the evening and in the morning. In the morning, I stream on EU because it's more active at that time. Like right now, most NA people are at work. It is noon our time. Well, noon Eastern time. On the west coast of NA, it is 9 a.m. right now. So not very active on the NA servers right this second. And then later this evening, it will be past most of the Europeans' bedtime. So play on NA in the evenings. Okay, I'm going to just fill in the others myself. Just drag, 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 drag. All right. All right, zoning in. Hey! Good morning! Hold on, chat. My roomie just showed up. What's up? What's up? Since I woke up this morning, he's been curled up asleep in a chair. You good? Okay, he's good. He's like, alright, that's good. Got places to be. Man. Hey, if you guys are not currently following me on, you know, X, you're missing some really, really choice chip pictures. I caught him holding the beans yesterday. Yeah. Speaking of good chip pictures. Hey, you were purring very loudly for your... It's probably not loudly enough to hit the microphone, but he is doing it. Hey Muck, what mic and audio setup are you using? If you want it, !PC has a link to all the parts I'm using. However, the short answer to your question is I'm using a Blue Yeti microphone. And it's on a, like, really cheap mic arm that is attached to a bookshelf to the left of my desk. I didn't get the instance invite, and also group comp didn't update. I'm a lack in group 4, might change the spot. Wait, what? Are you on EU X4? Yeah. Maybe try zoning out of the wizard tower and then back into the wizard tower. Or like if you're in the wizard tower, just log out to the character select and then log back in. Just ramming his head into my hand. Now I have a cloud on my hand. Okay. Now I get a network error. Alright, I'll move the Alak that was in group 11 to group 4. Thank you for telling me. Alright, I'm gonna squish the remaining groups so there will be some overlap. Okay. So, let's drop him. Alright, here's assignments, friends. Listen up. So we want no more than 10 for each of the corners. We've got a working theory right now that the bosses that spawn in the corners scale really hard after the 11th person shows up. So, please listen. Here's what we're going to do. When it is time to split up, group 8 and 9 will go to the bottom right and then go north after. Group 6 and 7 will go to the bottom left and then go north after. Group 2 and 3 stay in the middle. Group 4, you guys handle the siege machines. And group 5 can stay middle also, because we've actually got a spare group, because we've got an odd number. First time catching a stream, YouTube vids help me a lot. Hello, Son of Love. Thank you for letting me know. I love the positive feedback. You've stopped by at an amazing time. Look how cute the cat is being. Such a rare occurrence that he is back here like a gargoyle on my shoulder. But I am glad you enjoy the content. I've got more coming down the pipeline.
Portal in as soon as we lost track of your astral fluctuation. I'll need to focus on maintaining our...
Stream got a hiccup. What does group 8 do? Group 8 and 9 will go to the bottom right when it's time to split up, and then they will go north after.
Taught me a few tricks. Resurrection spells take a lot.
Is that a war claw? That is Chip.
Is going to be the essence that Etlux runs through. Bring that essence to me, and I'll do the rest.
It's a peace claw. I mean, have you seen all the YouTube clips that he's in where he's like chomping me? I don't know. We used to say he was Fire Legion because of his red hair, but now I think he's Blood Legion. Why is he tapping me on the shoulder right now? Can I help you, sir? He's like, why did you stop touching me? Pet, 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 pet. Chip, it is very difficult to play a Convergence while doing this. Siege machines have begun spawning. As a reminder, they will spawn in the bottom left, then the top left, then the top right, then the bottom right, so you can kind of just circle around the map and you'll hit all 4 of them. Chip is saving us points. He's redeeming Pet Chip. Hey Mike, when making a squad, can only people with the commander tag make 50-man squads? I think so? Chat, help me out with this. I've had the commander tag for so many years, I can't remember what it's like to not have one. I think you need the commander tag to make 50-man squads? First reply says yes, that's correct. "30 seconds till the first bosses spawn." Alright. Lloyd, I think that is correct. We've gotten quite a few responses that all say yes. Chip the cheese loaf.
I can feel the demonic essence in those high cryptis. Take them down, and I can.
All right, boss is spawning on the center island.
And I might even be able to cast some additional protections. Be careful though. Demonic essence.
Good time to remind people, if you see an ally go downstate, please try to get them up, because there's no waypoints on this map, and it will take a long time, potentially, before you see them again if they die. Morning Mudcut stream, what kind of Twilight Zone stuff is this? Innate, I've streamed every Tuesday morning for like over a year now, maybe 2. He's tapping my shoulder again, chat, do you see? Yes. Okay, bosses in the corners have spawned. As a reminder, group 8 and 9, please go to the bottom right. 6 and 7, go to the bottom left. 2, 3, 4, stay in the middle. And, oh, I'm sorry. Is it? I think 4 I had handling siege. And then the rest of groups 2 through 5 are staying middle. And people that are in the middle, remember to prioritize the enemies that have the sword icons on the map. Those are the ones that run up to Zoja and explode for huge damage. Rise! Please stray for me, says Beard Filter. I mean, kind of already there. But okay. Somebody redeemed Pet Muck, so Chip was doing the redeem. Corner groups, if you have any struggles or anything, let us know. Otherwise, we're just assuming all you need is time.
Let me raise you up. Feel the healing energies flow through your veins.
Battletech is doing crazy damage. Middle Island is mostly just Unga Bunga the trash mob, so it might be someone that has really good cleave or something. New siege machine is up. Papa says, yo, new player, can't decide between Thief and Revenant. Any suggestions? They're both, I mean, there's really no bad classes in the game. It just depends how you enjoy playing, honestly. One thing I could say is if you... Actually, I was going to give them the suggestion to go into the PvP lobby to test the skills chat, but he might not be able to do that on a brand new account. Yeah, Thief, of course, is your medium armor, you know, like leather armor wearing person. They can go in and out of stealth. They can be very sneaky. If they go Spectre, they can do some support. If they go Deadeye, they're kind of like a sniper. If they go Daredevil, they're kind of like an acrobatics type person. And, you know, they like to sneak around and stab things and shoot things and stuff like that. Revenant is a guy that's essentially channeling the souls of dead heroes. So you kind of, like, you can channel, there's this dwarf guy that makes you really sturdy. There is a demon that allows you to, like, you know, kind of play like an anti-mage while you're channeling that. There's this centaur that you can channel that makes you a decent healer. And I'm being kind of vague here because this is a lot to condense, so there are nuances to this stuff. But the Revenant is very much got, like, he's got a huge toolbox. But you just need to know before a fight what to expect to prepare the right tools for the job. Because you can bring any 2 legends, which are like the things you can channel, into combat. So you can swap between any of your legends freely outside of combat, but in combat you can only use the 2 you had when the fight started. So it's a class with a lot of tools at its disposal, and it very much rewards like knowing the fights, so knowing which tools to bring to the fights. But both Thief and Rev, extremely viable in all content. It's just a matter of playing the one that makes you happy. Willig says, I've just tried to get into my Guild Wars 2 account after a few years without playing it. They've added the 2-step authentication. I don't have access to my old phone number or email. Does anyone know what I should do? Try to email support if you can. That's really the only thing that might help, is contacting support and seeing if they're willing to give you access without those. Because, you know, keep in mind that it's also they're going to be very cautious because of, you know, people trying to do, like, you know, scams. Like, oh, hey, I don't have access to this account, but can I get access to this account? Yeah, they might ask you for, I don't know, receipts or something. I have no idea. I don't work for them, but this is just guess. Terralyn says, are you gonna try and play Power World? Not planning on it at the moment. It doesn't really appeal to me. We actually had a really long talk about this earlier. But I don't know. I feel kind of odd when I look at it, because it's like, yeah, it's a cutesy game, but it's basically Pokemon plus Ark Survival, right? Like, you even throw Pokeballs at the damn things. It's very clearly the idea is a ripoff, but they wouldn't be the first. And a lot of people seem to enjoy it, but at the same time, it's very clearly a ripoff, and the whole point of the game is just like enslaving and butchering small creatures. So it's just like, as a whole, the package deal doesn't really appeal to me. I will say though, as far as performance, I've watched people play it. It looks like the early access of Power World is performing better than Pokemon Scarlet and Violet did at launch. And Game Freak has way more money, so that's kind of embarrassing. Like, credit where it's due. Finally made it here first time from YouTube. Hello, Super Kate. I'm streaming to YouTube right now also. You can take your pick. Whatever works best for you. Yeah, for those that don't know, I stream to both Twitch and YouTube every time I stream, so you can use whichever one you enjoy the experience more on. You can enslave humans too. Yeah, I've seen. You can throw Pokeballs at people, catch them, and they'll like butcher them for meat and stuff like that. It's really, it's really fucked up. It's really messed up. I cannot access my Mukluk account and now see somebody streaming with my account. Dude, I can just pop into the ArenaNet Discord and be like, that guy's lying. Don't listen to him. Don't touch it. Messed up or efficient? I mean, it can be both. The issue with Game Freak is they're not taking risk, and if they would take a risk on a Pokemon game, that would probably take a lot of money. Yeah, I will say Game Freak, the Pokemon games seem like they've kind of stagnated for, like, you know, it's still a formula people love, right? But it's not like they've changed it at all since, like, 1996. With some exceptions. You know, they'll add in, like, Dynamaxing or, Mega Evolving, what was the new one? The new one was the thing where they, like, changed the type of the Pokemon in the middle of combat. And they would get, like, a big stupid hat. But they'll add, like, one new mechanic each time.
Just depicts the big war that happened in the Pokemon world according to Lieutenant Surgeon that was never mentioned again anywhere afterwards.
Okay, I remember Lieutenant Surge. He was the electric trainer in Gen 1. I didn't know that he served in a Pokemon war. You know what that makes me think of, Asen? Wheel of Time. Any of y'all read or seen that? Because it had a movie adaptation too. Like it was basically people had like a familiar, like just one, not like a bunch of Pokeballs. And there was a war, and like you were mentally connected to your familiar. So if yours was a bear and it's like attacking the enemy, and then they shoot it, like you would your head would snap back and blood would gush from your nose. It was like you got hit in the brain. Wait, I'm sorry. I think I said the wrong title. I think I'm describing Golden Compass. Wheel of Time was the series that had like Rand. That was I think I was describing Golden Compass just now. Brain fart. Got the wires crossed. Yeah. Okay, so the thing that the Pokemon War reminded me of the Golden Compass. I said the wrong title. Wheels, compasses, yeah, it's the same thing. All right, northeast corner, the whole squad. Let's go. Yeah, I misspoke. Terrestrialization. Yes, terrestrialization. That was the thing in the new Pokemon where they can change the type. They're like, well, Bulbasaur's now a fire type. Good luck. I was about to say, I don't remember familiars at Wheel of Time. Yeah, little mistake there. My Pokemon's evolution is gaining a submachine gun. Your move, gym leader. I play Pikachu with AK-47 in attack mode. Your move. A friendly reminder just to keep topping off Zojo when you have full essence, as long as she is not full. You do that, and we've got a guaranteed win. $16 FPS, rip. I am doing great on FPS because I'm not rendering any of you. I just see floating names. Wheel of Time was great too, but not related to what I was trying to talk about there. Oh no, he's getting smart. He put his back to the cliff so he can't get behind him. Oh no! Clever girl, yeah. Yeah, the Power World thing, like, I don't know, Nintendo definitely... They're not my favorite company because of like how they treat. I've seen stories where like Nintendo, you know, someone's trying to do like a little Smash Brothers tournament and Nintendo like shuts them down, or they'll like you'll fine them $1 million. And it's like, dude, it's some kids playing Smash. You guys need to calm down, you know. Or like people trying to play a game that Nintendo will not sell anymore on an emulator, and Nintendo like presses charges against them. And it's like, you're not selling the game, and you're pressing charges against people who are trying to like play the game. Like, there's a lot of things Nintendo does that I think is hella stupid. So I'm not like white knighting for Nintendo. I'm just saying that it's clearly a blatant copy. And I'm just like, kind of surprised how well it's doing despite that. Like Pokeball? No. It's Pal Balls. Use a Pal Sphere. You know what? I am curious about one thing. I've watched hours of people playing Pal World to you know, form my own opinions of it. Does it have an actual story of any kind right now in the early access, or is it just survive, build up Pokemons, arm them, violence, and that's it? I haven't seen actually anyone like talking to anybody in the game. I don't know if there's a story at all. Like Valheim has a story, albeit a really shallow one, but it is there. Good job topping Zoja off. Have you seen the new special task in the Wizard's Vault? I have not. No, I could check after this. No story, I don't think there is one of the early access. I wonder if they'll add, like a single player story of any kind. I feel like even if I was interested in Pal World, if there was like no direction, like something to do, I would get bored like really, really fast. But that's just me. That's just me. Like, I know some people can play Minecraft for like 10 years and not get bored. I get bored in Minecraft if I don't have like something to work toward. Didn't you play a lot of Valheim? That barely has a story. That's why I said Valheim has a story, albeit barely. Yeah. So when Valheim first came out, I cleared the whole game. Later they added Mistlands, and I tried it with my kid, and we had this one really bad moment where our boat with our bodies, with all of our stuff, ended up getting destroyed like 10,000 miles away from home, and we quit the game. We quit. So I've really not played Mistlands at all. Alright, GG Convergence team. Well done. Well done. Alright, I'll wait for it to zone us out, and then I'll check the Wizard Tower thing. Smashy says on the topic of Nintendo, they kind of have to protect their trademark or they can lose it. So Smashy, the question is, does Palworld infringe on that trademark? Like, there's a difference between copyright and trademark and, like, other stuff. Like, a trademark, I believe... Now, I'm not a lawyer. I'm going by what I remember from just random YouTube videos. I think a trademark is something like the on McDonald's, the golden M. Or just the word McDonald's on the side of the building. Like, that's a trademark. Copyright is copywriting like the word Pokemon or the word Pikachu. But, for example, they haven't copyrighted every single Pokemon. Like, Charizard is copyrighted. Cyndaquil is not. Now, it would be really freaking shady, but technically, I think legally, Palworld could have an actual Cyndaquil in the game, and I think they could get away with it because of that. Now, I'm not saying they should. I'm just thinking out loud here. But the thing is like, you can't... Like, if you could sue someone for saying their game is the same type as mine, then League of Legends would have been able to... Like, Dota would have been able to sue League of Legends. Or League of Legends sued Dota, you know? Or EverQuest could have sued World of Warcraft. Or Old School RuneScape could have sued EverQuest. Like, no, these are just, like, games in the same genre. If the thing is if Palworld successfully gets away with this, then I think that we'll just have the birth of a new genre, which is catch monsters in bowels. Which, you know, like, there are other games where you can catch monsters and make them fight and stuff like that, but this is just the most blatant copy-paste I have seen, and then they added in, like, Ark Survival on top of it. So it's just a question of, like, do they get away with this? And then, in the case of the monsters, some of the monsters look almost identical. But again, it's... You can't, like, copyright Luxray's appearance, I don't think. Or it was like, really similar, but it's not the same. Hold on. Let me see if I can find an image of it. Okay, so, like... Here's some of them. Like, this is Luxray in Pokemon. This is Palworld. Okay? This is Pokemon. This is Palworld. This is Lucario in Pokemon. This is Palworld. So, a lot of them are really freaking close. Now, there are some that I give basically a pass on. Like, Pokemon and Palworld both have a penguin. Pokemon and Palworld both have a sheep. Okay, well, you know what? They both copied sheep. Sheep has copyright on sheep, okay? They both copied sheep. They will both lose the lawsuit from Big Sheep, all right? But some of the others, it's just like, yeah, okay. That's basically the same thing. All right, look, here's Gardevoir in Palworld. Like, there's here right again. Here's Pokemon. Here's Palworld. Actually, I think I got that backwards. I think that's Pokemon on the left. One of the things here is I think this would fail what is well, at least in the United States, there's a thing in court they call sometimes the Squint test, and it's like if you've got something and then someone else copies it, and if you squint and you can't tell the difference, or like It's like when you're squinting, if you still can't see the difference between them, it fails the squint test. And there was a Tetris. There was a game that was basically a copy of Tetris that showed up on the Apple Store for a while, and Tetris took them to court because it was basically Tetris. And they're like, oh, well, it's different, and you win, you get cherries if you win. It's a little, and they did like the squint test. They're like, no, you failed the squint test, and so they lost the case. There's actual model rigs ripped. I have seen a lot of people saying that they copied models or they copied AI art, and I'm open to hearing about that, but I've not seen any proof of that. So I'm not gonna spread that information around just because I haven't seen anyone actually provide evidence of that yet. There's already Temtem, Koromon, Cassette Beast, Power just blew up, I think. Yeah. I just hope Power World and the negative feedback Game Freak has gotten from SV will push them to make Gen 10 the best it can be. That would be good. Honestly, that would be good. Like, I think competition is a good thing, but I also think there's a difference between competition is a good thing and I copied that guy and I'm louder, so now, you know, I get everything, you know? But, I mean, again, some of the big games of our time were like that. Like, Pokemon got a lot of inspiration from Dragon Quest. World of Warcraft blatantly copied EverQuest, but they put it in a package that people liked, and it ran on, you know, even the most potato of computers. So World of Warcraft blew up more than EverQuest did. There's StarCraft was basically Warhammer 40K, and then they like lost the rights to it, but they decided to make the game anyway and just change the names of everything, and it was packaged very well, so it blew up. And now StarCraft is probably just as big, if not more, than Warhammer 40K is. Like, there's a lot of cases like that. Diablo 1 would never have had an expansion if we limited ourselves by what's legal. Is that a reference to Sierra's Hellfire, Asen? Oh my gosh. Hold on a sec. Diablo 1 Hellfire expansion. So for those that don't know, Diablo 1 came out. All right, for those of you who were not around at this time, let me explain something to you. Imagine, I want you to use your imaginations for a second. Imagine Blizzard releases Diablo 1, and then a completely different company is like, oh, that's a great game, and they just make an expansion for it and then release it, and it's for sale on shelves in Best Buy. And Blizzard's like, yo, what the fuck? We didn't give you permission to do that, and then sued them. That happened. Let me introduce you to Hellfire. Sierra, the same company that made King's Quest and Space Quest, Sierra made Hellfire, the single-player Diablo expansion pack, without permission from Blizzard. And they added a new class called the Monk, and they added new zones and a few new spells to the game. And like, for example, in base Diablo 1, you could get a Scroll of Apocalypse or a staff, but you couldn't get the spell book. They added the spell book of Apocalypse to the expansion. But yeah, I have this. It's in my pile of old game CDs somewhere. But yeah, the only authorized Diablo, that's not even true. Yeah, made by Sierra. And they had to pull it from shelves after a couple months, which took a while because, again, this isn't like pulling something off of Steam, you guys. Blizzard found out about it when they found it in store shelves. So it was already across the United States in various stores. So yeah, there was a lot of folks. Dude, and, you know, I was a kid that would play Diablo. I was excited. I scooped that thing up. But yeah, they got in trouble for that one. Suddenly Ubisoft drops an expansion. Yeah. I had a StarCraft expansion, I think it was like that. Maybe a mod pack. I'm not sure. Sierra, that's the name I haven't heard in a long time. Dude, when I was growing up, you know, Blizzard made good games. Sierra made good games. Oh man, okay, hold on. We're going down Nostalgia Valley now. Maxis, they made the SimCity games. The Command & Conquer games. Who? Dang it, who? Westwood Studios. They made Command & Conquer. Yeah, dude. And then EA just ate them all. Sid Meier. I never played the Sid Meier games, but I was aware of them. They were always on the shelves when I went looking for games. A lot of good stuff. Nova Logic, yeah. Hey? What? Can I help you? He doesn't want pets, he's just yelling at me. Throne of Darkness is great if that's what you're talking about. Ripping Diablo just popped up. Hey. What? God. Heroes of Might and Magic 3 was one of the first games I played good stuff. Oh yeah, I think I played Heroes of Might and Magic 4, 5, and 6. And I had a lot of fun playing those. Recently I played Age of Wonders 4, which was similar to Heroes of Might and Magic. It was fun. New World Computing made a good Viking game called Hammer of the Gods. Who says on the topic of trademark, it has to be identifiable, because I could have a golden W and technically couldn't infringe on trademarks. At least that's how I got it, and how I've seen series get around it like Gore. Well, yeah, but that's also like how in like anime, in the background you'll have a restaurant called like Whack-Donald's. It's clearly McDonald's, but they just slightly changed it so they don't get in trouble. You know, stuff like that. And that might be, you know, how Power World gets away with it. They slightly changed it. Everybody knows it's Pokemon, but it's slightly changed. Ow!
Sublime!
Cat jumps up. Sublime. Hi. What's up? We talking Power World? Yeah, we were. The guns prevent it from passing the squint test. Yep. The problem is like, so okay, the Pokemon designs would probably not pass the squint test. But the game overall is definitely like Pokemon combined with like Ark Survival or Rust or something like that. I remember when I got Baldur's Gate for PC, 5 CDs so you could install it. I mean, I've got, hold on. Let me go over to my boxes over here. I think the oldest game I got is, let's see, I think it's Excalibur. I've also got Commander Keen in here. Alright, these are some of the oldest game boxes I still have. So, Vengeance of Excalibur is on 8 floppy disks. It has 8 discs to install this game. So this one I never even played. My dad was playing this and he gave it to me and I never got around to playing it as a kid. So this was like from, I wasn't even 10 years old when my dad played that. And then Commander Keen I did play as a kid. I think this is on 3.5, yeah. Okay, here we go. Okay, this one's on 2 of these discs for Commander Keen. By the way, for those that don't know, Commander Keen is canonically related to, it's either Doom guy or the Wolfenstein guy. But there is references to Doom in this game, and there is references to Commander Keen in even the newest Doom game has references to him. They are related. Put this up. Yeah, we got some old games over there. They're all related. Oh, there we go. I was right on both. Are those the old 3.5-inch disc? Yep. No, someone 3D printed the save icon. I remember Vic-20 the cassette tape before Commodore 64. Commodore 64 was before my time. I only know it by name. Commander King and the old SW X-Wing were the first real games I owned. I had an old, like, the first games I played as a kid was like, besides, you know, just the random ones that are on every computer, like Pinball, was Commander Keen, and I had some video game that was like Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers. Like, they recently had a movie, so most people probably know it from that, but there was some, like, kids game based on Chip and Dale that I had as a child. My first was the original Prince of Persia. I remember when floppy disks were part of required school supplies for elementary. I played Pajama Sam as a kid. I love Chip's tail hanging in Muck's frame. Is it? Oh, yeah, right there. SWX was the first game I know that had a piracy protection. On your character selection, it showed 3 signs in random order, and your handbook had a code word you had to enter. Yeah, dude, oh man. Was it Sierra's Robin Hood had puzzles in the game that you needed the manual to solve them. Like it'd be like, oh, you find this rune in the forest, and it would have like these weird things, like, you know, you need courage and beauty and blah 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 to pass it. And then there was a page in the book that came with the game that was like the language of flowers, and like this flower means courage, and this flower means this, and this flower means that, and you had to go get those plants and bring them to the shrine to get the stone door to open or something like that. But it was just like you needed the handbook for a piece of the puzzle to get through it. Are you gonna play the new Prince of Persia? I'm actually I'm interested. I've never played a Prince of Persia game because I was always a PC nerd growing up. I never played console stuff. So if it's on PC, maybe. If it's not on PC, then no. Where in the world is Carmen Sandiego? I remember the TV show for that. Ultima 7 had some fun copy protection like that, where the NPCs would quiz you, and if you failed the quiz, the game would break. If you failed the quiz, the game would break. I remember the game that I got the most use out of something that came with the game is... Hold on a sec. We're gonna turn over there. All right. You see on the wall there? The map? The lower map. There's 2 maps. I like map posters. The lower map, that's a Morrowind. That poster is accurate down to the dot of the Morrowind game. So when I played the Morrowind game, my computer, where I sat at my computer, there was a wall to my left. I had that map on the wall. It was literally accurate down to the tree. So I'd be like, okay, where am I right now? All right, I'm here, and I need to go like northeast. Okay, so if I turn and have the hill on my right. Okay, there we go. Dude, it was so useful. It is a beautiful map, and it is entirely 100% accurate. Blows my mind. Like, I've got other maps in here from other games, but none of them are accurate to the level of Elder Scrolls 4 Morrowind. Map was part of the CD box. It was awesome. Yeah, it came with the box for Morrowind. So got a few like that. What game? Morrowind. It was the Elder Scrolls earlier than... Yeah, everyone knows Skyrim. Before Skyrim was Oblivion, before Oblivion was Morrowind. What the heck is that raptor skin? It's rocks! It's rocks. You have a Guild Wars 2 map. I don't think I do. I have the Guild Wars 2 box that I bought Guild Wars 2 back when it was on store shelves. It did not come with any maps. I have a sword. I have a sword that they sent me. So that was kind of cool. That might be my coolest piece of Guild Wars 2 swag. Hold on a sec. Let me see if I can find the picture. Give me a minute. Profile. Media. Hold on. I am scrolling through my old tweets. Ah, found it. Here we go. All right. So they sent me this. It's a lamp. That's a light up, I started to say Excalibur. Eternity. It's a light up Eternity. So I have that. It's over in the corner right now. But they sent me, yeah, lamp! They sent me this for being, what was it, an ANET partner for 2 years. Well, they sent it to me after like 3 years, but I guess they were behind a little bit. So I don't have a map for Guild Wars 2, but I've got an Eternity that lights up. That's awesome. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It was very kind of them. I wasn't expecting it. Hey, Mike, I enjoy your videos. Thanks for the guides. Really helped me out. You're very welcome, Panda. I hope you enjoy them. I made my first legendary last night. The raid, heavy raid gloves. Nice. The raid ones are cool because the transformation. Yeah, we've got... Let's see. Bank access. What is it? Heavy Envoy. All right, so bing, 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 bing. All right, so like this is the heavy stuff, and if you go into combat, if you look, like it transforms, and then if we like leave combat, you can watch it'll like the details will tone back down. Like all the little bits and stuff go back away. Where's the hat? I didn't do the hat because the hat on an Asura looks like it's going to like okay, you know what? Hold on. Picture's 1,000 words. Hold on. You asked for this. Let's see, heavy envoy. Boop, 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 boop. Alright. There you go. Now we get stuck indoors. That's what it looks like on Asura. What's your best PvP title? I don't have any PvP titles, but I've gotten into Platinum 2 a few times. On average, I'm between Gold 3 and Plat 1. Like Lucy, I am not reading that out loud. I don't need a clip of me saying that. Alright, someone said look at the new special thing. Defeat 500, collect 500 Cryptus Essences during Convergence. Complete 15 Tier 3 Rifts. Defeat 10 enemies in Interneos. Defeat General Ignatius during Road to Hator. Defeat Cosmic Observatory Challenge Mode. Unlock all Serix weapon skins. Why? Oh, I'm apparently full. I was like, why can't I collect this stuff? I am full. What should I get? I gotta buy something. Get all that. What? That worked, Air. Calm down. Stop! Calm down. Alright, there. You didn't play a lot up until now. Wait, what? What makes you say that? How did you not kill Ignatius? I don't know. Clover's the Black Line X feature chest can be sold for gold, not that it matters. I mean, it's kind of whatever. Dude, I've basically beaten the game. I got full legendary of all sets, all weapons I need. I got 8,000 gold. I've got bank contracts, merchant contracts. I got all the contracts. Like, it's just kind of whatever at this point. You still have everything open in your Wizard's Vault. Dude, I log in every day to do my daily routine, and I constantly forget to click anything in here other than like one day a week when y'all are yelling at me. I'm just not in the habit of messing with the Wizard's Vault. Nothing wrong with it. I'm just not used to it. Let's see. Let's see if we can find any good games. What's the total gold value of your account? I don't know. Hold on a sec. I will try to find out. I'm opening up efficiency right now. Count. It's calculating. My value usually tanks every Tuesday because I do all the giveaways, and then I earn more stuff to give away, and then I do giveaways and repeat. Oh, we'll see. It's calculating. They added the Ignatius special after they released the expansion. Why do it again if you've already done it? Gladly take some stuff if that bothers you. I give stuff out every Tuesday. Also, every time I do sponsored streams, I give out like $100 cash. So I gave out like a few $1,000s last year. By the way, next sponsored stream is this Wednesday. We're going to be trying out Enshrouded. So there will be a bunch of gift cards going out that day for people who are here. Oh, it loaded. So account value 245k apparently. Liquid gold apparently 39k. That's it. I've apparently got 28k worth of stuff in my mat storage. I don't know how, but I do. Hey, Monk and Chip, do you like the chip, chop, what? I like how the bot just gave up on that. Hold on a second. Let me see if we can make it say that. Alright, don't disappoint me, bot.
Hey Muck and Chip, do you like the chippy chippy chopper chopper doobie doobie dabba dabba majakumi doobie doobie bum 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 chippy chippy chopper chopper doobie doobie dabba dabba majakumi doobie doobie bum 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 song? Malai Jamma Mukluk Chipatk.
Yeah! That's a solid yes. I think he's Welsh. Let's see. Let's try that. This song is cursed. Let's see. Is Shy Patch still here, or did we lose him? He might be gone. He might be gone. Felipe, thank you for the prime. Appreciate you. Play the Chippy song? That was the Chippy song. Bowden says, hey Muck, I can't find any World v World content right now. Do you have any directions? I play on EU and I'm on Gunner's Hold normally. Bowden, I'm sorry. I got nothing for you. I have not done World v World in months. I haven't done it in months. My usual advice is to, like, go into World v World and, like, talk to the people on your team there and see, like, what times, like, the big groups are running and stuff like that. It might be that just whatever time you play does not line up with the prime time of your server. But that's just a shot in the dark. Hey Mug, is it update day today? Not that I know of. I know there's an update in 1 week, and there's a PvP event that starts today. Hold on a sec. What is it? PvP Rush event starts today. Skills and Balance update is in 1 week.
Did you ever hear the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the
no.
Wise? I thought not. It's not a story the Jedi would tell you. It's a Sith legend. Darth Plagueis was a Dark Lord of the Sith, so powerful and so wise he could use the Force to influence the midi-chlorians to create life. He had such a knowledge of the dark side that he could even keep the ones he cared about from dying.
Okay. Thank you, Windshark. See if the queue pops. Thank you for this wonderful Star Wars lore. Yes, wonderful, never before heard Star Wars lore. Only new stuff here. And then it ends up with Anakin roasting like a marshmallow. Technically true. Trying to get a win in PvP, but I'm so terrible. I'm terrible, I'm dead. I mean, if you end up playing poorly, it should put you with other people that are also relatively new. And kind of make it an even playing field. But it might take a couple games for the matchmaking to do that. Favorite meme is when Anakin says no, and it sounds like Sith talk. Cue credits. Roski, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Welcome. Badahun says, yo fellow, can you suggest any nice semi-competitive World v World guilds? World v World guilds are usually based on the server you're on, because right now matchmaking is with servers. They're working on a system, and they have been for a very long time now, that will change it to where it'll be like guilds versus guild instead of server versus server. But short term, I think the best thing you can do is like go into World v World and you'll see like people in there, and those people are ones you can group with and see if any of them are recruiting. One day, yeah, one day. And then it will be Guild Wars. Yes, after 10 years of Guild Wars, we will have Guild Wars. Exactly. Oh my gosh, that took a long time. 3-minute queue. Let's do this. There we go. Quality content. Now it doesn't matter how long it takes. Scritch chip. The guild peace negotiations have finally failed. We have guild was. Guild was? ASMR of Chipper. We would need, like, a really sensitive microphone right next to him. And the problem is, if we got one that sensitive, it would be picking me up talking all the time. I just played 2 PvP games as Vindicator and surprisingly 1. I don't like PvP. It's my least liked mode in the game, but rewards are rewards. I love PvP in this game, but I do think this is the worst balance patches we've had for PvP in the game. He wears a collar, right? No, he doesn't. He is not used to a collar. When we got him, he was already chipped. Chip is chipped. So, never bothered. I just crafted Vision, yay. Yay! Chip is so cute. Yes, he is. Congrats on the Vision. That's a big project. Good job. That was me. I was opening something. Hi, Muck. Hi, Z-Rock. I enjoy World v World. In every game, I prefer big scale than small. World v World is fun for me sometimes, but I feel like when the battle gets too big, you don't matter. So in PvP, I feel like what you do matters more. What in World v World, like unless you're the guy commanding all the other lemmings and you're yelling orders at them, I feel like you don't matter as much. So I'm like less into it. You were launching RS. No, I was actually opening up the music bot in case we landed on Beta Gen, because Beta Gen doesn't have any background noise. As soon as I saw it, there. He's going scruffy again? Me or Chip? I mean, I guess both of us. Trying to get a Gift of Exploration to make Quip ready for LE Caddy. Hope that they leave it alone for the beta test. I just found out something horrific with Baldur's Gate 3. What is the newest horrific thing about Baldur's Gate 3? Face hair. Hi, April. Oh, what do we got? See, that's the teams right now. Hi. You look like you're trying not to laugh at me about something.
I feel like I'm presenting you with, like, for the king.
Oh my gosh.
It's hot.
The king's over there. Ah, he's hot! Oh my gosh. How are you holding this without mitts, you fire elemental?
The match starts soon.
We've had a running joke in our household for a long time, chat, that my wife is like part fire elemental because she's that stereotype where she takes showers in like boiling water. All right, Willbender, Spellbreaker, Deadeye, Hollowsmith, and Revenant versus us.
Hold on to your points. Seize theirs.
Don't you mean lava? Maybe. Oh my. Thank you.
Enemy captured the mansion. Clock tower captured.
Oh my god. That hurt. He just popped in, does a bunch of damage, leaves. Refuses to elaborate. Search and rescue didn't tag him in time.
Enemy captured the clock tower.
Muck, have you married a flame Atronach? Where do you procure fire resist potions?
This guy is just chain CCing me constantly. Dang it, where is he? Come on, search and rescue. Dude, why didn't it work? I did search and rescue to pull this guy up, and the pet instead ran all the way down there on auto walk, which caused that teammate to die. So that teammate died because that skill bugged out. It was supposed to pull him up to me, and it didn't because the pathing bugged out. Blah. Why is your wife German? She's Russian. She was raised in America since she was like 2, but her family is Russian.
Enemy captured the windmill.
Jesus, this meta's awful. Does she have a great talent of shooting guns while drunk? That's American. This game feels like a lost cause. We are getting absolutely blasted. All right. Now you're describing Texas? Well, I did say American. That includes Texas. What is this, Call of Duty? Yeah, I don't know. But we are getting basically... Do we have anybody quit? No, we're all here.
Enemy captured the windmill.
So the Dragon Hunter on our team said, let's go guys, we can do this. And the Hollow on our team said, you suck. Dude, I can't even, yeah. I was getting dazed so much, I couldn't even trigger my block. The DH is just camping me. The last 3 times I've come out of spawn, he's jumped me. Is this ranked? No. Since I swap between EU and NA constantly, my rank messes up if I play ranked stuff in both regions. So I usually just play unranked when I go to EU. DH or Willbender?
Enemy captured the clock tower.
We have a DH. The Deadeye is the one that's been just camping me. Now 4 times out of spawn, he has jumped me.
Windmill captured.
Do you play World v World at all? No, not really, no. I typically have more fun just playing other games than playing World v World. The vibe of this makes me want to not touch PvP. I honestly can't recommend it right now, which makes me sad. But PvP is one of my favorite game modes. Because, like, when you've played the game for... How long have I... Hold on. /H. I've played Guild Wars 2 for 8,500 hours. And I basically know every single fight like the back of my hand, right? Like, I know when I go to Slothazor, if I do this, he's going to do that. However, PvP, you never know what the enemy's going to do, so it keeps it fresh, it keeps it entertaining. There's an element of I don't know what's about to happen when you're playing the game. However, in PvP, hold on, I'm trying to pick my words. Balance is more important. In PvE, if some guy does 80,000 damage in the opening blow, but then his damage tapers off, and he does like way less damage, it's not a big deal. You're fighting a boss, you're gonna be hitting the boss for 10 minutes, it doesn't matter that he has bursts like that in the opening. In PvP, you end up with this. You end up with 35 kills to 0, maybe 1. That's what you end up with. So balance in PvP, it's more important than in PvE. It's more noticeable if things are unbalanced. Or like, let's say you go into PvE and your Deadeye does a little bit more damage than your Dragon Hunter. Doesn't really freaking matter. It takes 10 minutes to kill the boss. That doesn't really matter. But in PvP, it freaking matters way more. And right now, to me, it feels like in the last 5 years that I've been making content for Guild Wars 2, that this is like the worst balance I've ever seen PvP in. Alright, we tried it. How do people run back and forth in opposing directions so quickly without turning? You can turn your camera, hang on. Give me a sec, Stolz, or I'll show you something. Alright, so if I'm running this way, and I use the left mouse button to turn my camera, and then I hold down the right mouse button, it does that. So I can do that. So you see what I'm saying? So like left mouse button, turn camera, add the right mouse button. Left mouse button to turn camera, add the right mouse button. That's one way. You can also bind an about face button. You see my character right now? This is using the about face key. This is in the keybinds. I'll be honest, I really rarely use this, but it is an option also. Strafe? Oh yeah, strafe. You have strafe too. Hey, hope you're having a wonderful day, Mo. You too, Mobile. Hello. I am having a good day. My wife tried making something last night, and it's basically like a giant chicken pot pie, but instead of pie crust, she used biscuit mix. And it's pretty good. The texture is odd because it's so close to chicken pot pie that because it's not the same, it's kind of odd to me, but it is tasty, and that's what I'm eating right now. Alex said only because your build is bad in this meta doesn't mean the unbalancing is bad right now. While that's kind of mean, that is a true statement. However, I would argue, Alex, that if you've got a meta in a tab targeting MMORPG where people can kill you in 1 second, that's bad. Okay? Build regardless. I think if someone can burst you down in 1 second, that is bad for the game. Because we're not talking in a first-person shooter here. We're not talking Call of Duty, Splinter Cell, Halo. We're not talking any of those. We're talking a tab-based MMORPG. And people are deleting each other in less than 1 second. I think that's bad balance. They've taken out almost all of the defensive amulet options. They give large amounts of toughness or vitality. And since then, they have... there has been years of power creep, including like relics and other things, and weapon master training. And now the damage is just absurd. And any game where you've got someone like that that's just going around popping people like balloons, I think that's a bad game. I think that does not stand up to what MMO PvP gameplay should be. I gotta admit, the people you just played against were way above your skill level. If you play against your skill level, you should be fine. Well, then at that point, we're talking about the matchmaking system. You didn't react very well to taking damage. Population is way more of a problem for you than balancing. It was difficult to do so because, like, when I started taking damage, I immediately tried to weapon swap block, which is when I had my greatsword on my other weapon. However, the moment I would try to weapon swap, the Deadeye would daze me, and I was not able to do anything. So I could not even, other than burn my dodges, I couldn't even get my my block to start because the Deadeye just kept chain dazing me. But it didn't end up mattering because my entire team was getting absolutely farmed. But you're right, dude. I'm not perfect. I'm not a perfect player. I'm Plat 2 on the best of days. I'm Gold 3 on an average day. But right now, with the experience I have, with friggin', what, 5,000 games played, that's my opinion of it. I think after, you know, I've been doing PvP in various MMOs for like 20 years. And if this is what the Guild Wars 2 PvP is going to be forever, I'm not going to recommend it to people. I'm going to tell people they shouldn't try it. Let's see. Suzaku says, I have some friends who are on the fence about playing Guild Wars 2. How would you sell this game to them? For some context, they're from 14 and WoW. They're only 14 years old. So I'm trying to sell them on horizontal progression, but they seem hesitant because they can't do endgame immediately. And I mean, they'll be able to do endgame in like a week, which is way faster than FF14 or WoW. They have to do so many side things to be able to raid. That's not true. You can be raid ready in like a day or two. I told them raiding isn't the end all be all, like in the other MMOs, having trouble spinning it for them. Suzaku, I would recommend... Oh, Jinxie just linked it. There is a link in the chat right now for a video called Why Play Guild Wars 2 explaining the appeal. I have sold literally thousands of people this game with that video. That is what I would recommend showing them. And if there's a chance they're going to like it, that will tell you. You're way better than I am at PvP. Oh, thank you. I mean, I'm in, like, I don't know, probably the top 10%, maybe the top 5. But there's a huge difference between me and the top 1. For example, I'll play a build that's fun and then try to make it work. Other people will just copy builds that work because they work and then they want to win with those, which is fine. That's a very valid way to play, but that results in me trying weird things and losing a lot. But yeah, I mean, if I can't have fun, I'll play a different game. I played 85 games this year. I don't have time to play games I'm not going to enjoy. But no, I mean, I completely accept that sometimes you lose because your build is bad. You know, I'm trying to make the... But again, my whole team was getting farmed there. And we were basically just getting popped by them like balloons. So I think that's a bad meta. Why can't the government be as honest as you? Because they have a lot of hidden money in Swiss bank accounts. And I don't have any. So they've got more to hide. I was at EH on your team. We lost big. Yes, we did. Got our butts kicked. As the base game is free, there's no harm in trying it out. That's true. You can download the entire base game for free, which does go to maximum level, which is a lot kinder than FF14 or WoW's free trials. Muck prefers Cayman bank accounts. Dude, the biggest, like, hey, look at my money thing I've got is a Costco membership. Get those hot dogs. Does Unranked have any balance to it? Unranked still uses your matchmaking rating from Ranked. But in some ways, Unranked can be worse, because in Unranked you can queue with 5 people, and in Ranked you can only queue as 1 or 2. So in Unranked, you might have a team of, like, top people in the game queuing as 5, and you solo queue in Unranked and end up facing them. I told them the base game is free, but their main concern is getting to cap ASAP because they're already maxed raid ready in the other games. So they don't want to put in time. So, one thing I would say, Suzaku, is in FF14 and WoW, the game starts at max level. In Guild Wars 2, the game starts at level 1. Like, stuff you're doing at low level actually helps you at max level. And that's very different. You know? Like, exploring the newbie zone opens up the world map. When you complete the world map, you get gifts of exploration, which can be used to craft legendary gear, which is top in game. Like, that's stuff you did at level 1 actually helps you progress getting the best gear in the game. Like, there is no rush to get to max level. You don't have to.
Let's see the color of your coin.
Can you take us to Costco and show us the samples? Executive Costco membership. No, just the normal one? Just the peasant one. Let's see. Do you know when the next part of the Soto expansion comes out? I think in about a month. Wait. What is that username? Amaranth is Besser? Oh my gosh. I think they are too hard entwined in the whole vertical progression mindset. They don't get that the 1 through 80 journey is a journey. It's all important. They don't ever get evergreen content. They think content's the latest raid. Yeah, I would say that, well, I would point out to them that they've never raised the max level in this game. So all the content from when the game came out to now is max level content. Like, with rare exception, you're not going to go back and solo an old raid to try to get a mount, right? The first raids in this game are still max level content. So there is an ocean of max level content for them to do if they want it. But it definitely requires a little bit of a, you know, changing gears in your brain when you get into this game. And they may or may not be willing to do that. I'm almost done with my food, chat. A few more bites. One of my friends did tell me the sheer amount of content and choices available is overwhelming to them since there's no hard carrot on the stick to follow. I mean, there is a story they can follow. Other than that, I have a, hang on. I have a video called I Just Hit Level 80. Now what do I do? And that might be relevant also. But I would still show them the why play this game video first. Feed me all the muck links. I do have a website if you want it. MuklukLabs.com. OJ on YouTube says, hey folks, I decided to play only Elementalist, and my raid static sometimes doesn't have a tank. Should I try to make a tank Ellie build, or just hope that someone will fill it? Glad to hear opinions. Hello, OJ. I will say, although it depends on the fight, most fights, one of the supports will be the tank. Like, they'll be healing the raid, getting hit, and healing themselves at the same time. If you're a DPS Ellie, you certainly can tank. Guild Wars 2 is very unique because anyone can tank as long as they have the most toughness in the raid. So you can just make sure you have one more toughness than the other people in your raid, and boom, you're the tank in most cases. But if you're not like stacking toughness, you'll take, you know, a lot more damage than, you know, if you just had like 1 point of toughness. But you can do that if you wish to. I would say Guild Wars 2 offers more flexibility than any other MMO in like literally any DPS or healer in the group can become the tank if needed. Mike, you look like you need to take a break. Go get up and get a drink. I'm good. I've got a drink here. Alright. Okay. I finished the not chicken pot pie. Dance and cough. You just want back-to-back videos. Okay. Break time. Thirsty.
We were meant to be, yeah. Dancing in the moonlight, gazing at the stars so bright.
Better. You know, I ended last night's stream with that because a lot of people were yelling for it. And I ended the stream and Flute was still spamming dancing emotes in chat for like another 90 seconds. And I was like, Flute, what are you doing? My messages just kept blasting off. I'm like, Flute, stop. And people were like, help. And the messages were just blasting past. Like no one could say anything because Flute was just like, ah, with a macro or something. Walking on the Sun says, would you say the Guild Wars 2 is great if you want to dabble in a lot of different kinds of content, but you're not so good if you want to hyper-focus on one specific content like raiding? Yeah. Yeah, it's completely fine. Dude, most of my time playing this game, I did everything except raiding. I was confident I didn't want, because when I came to this game, I had just finished competing for server first in WoW. Like, I was spending 20 plus hours a week raiding WoW. It was like a part-time job. And I was burned out on raiding. So when I came to Guild Wars 2, I did everything but raiding. And you know what made me finally force myself to go into raids? It's when I had every legendary except Coalescence. Coalescence you have to get in raids. So it is actually accurate. So you guys know the Get to the Point raid series that I made that has like a quick guide for every single boss in the game? That only exists because this legendary made me go in there. And I was like, man, these guides suck. Literally, if they had not made this item, none of you would have Get to the Point raid guides. That is actual cause and effect. So yeah, that was my last one. So I went in there, and you know what? It honestly wasn't that bad. Like I hated learning it because, dude, oh my god, I remember so much. There was these nice people. They were like, hey, I was like, I need someone to come with me, let me record it, and teach me the fight so that I can make a guide to try to teach 1,000 other people to fight. And I had some people that were willing to do it, and they were very patient with me. But my god, I was like, I remember I was at Twin Largos. And I was like sitting there and I was trying so hard to focus, you guys. I was like, my mind kept just like wandering off and I'd have to pull it back onto the track. And it started to wander off again and I'd have to pull it back. I was trying so hard to listen to this guy. And he's like, so if you're finding the Twin Largos, we're on your platform. And at the 60-second mark, we're going to have to go north by northeast. But if you're in group 2, you need to go south by southwest. And we're going to go onto these other platforms. And at 50%, they're going to spin around and they're going to spray water everywhere. And you need to get into the middle of the hitbox when they do that. And if the red circle expands on the entire platform, you need to jump off the platform. Now, if you're in the north by northeast group, you're going to jump off on the north side because there's a water spout there. If you're in the south by southwest group, you're going to jump off on the south by southeast side because there's a water spout there. And you're going to jump on the water spout and it's going to shoot a bidet up your butthole and it'll blast you into the sky and then you can glide back onto the platform, but don't land until the red circle is over. If you get a red circle on you, you need to run to the outside and you're going to drop a puddle. And if you can survive it, run into the old puddles to drop the new puddle in the old puddle so you get a puddle stack. But if you can't survive it, don't do that. If you don't know if you can survive it, then try turbo tax. And it just on and on and on and on and on and on and on. And finally, after like 7 minutes of me trying so hard to listen to this guy, I was like, so water's bad? And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, oh my god, water bad. Okay, don't touch the water. Anything that looks wet, don't touch it. Thank you. Okay, water bad. Oh my god. It was so much. He went on it and I was like, dude, you don't need to tell me this puddle bad or that puddle bad or this puddle applies 42 stacks of burning if you're in it for 5 seconds because it's hot water. Just say water bad. Just water bad. You don't need to say all that. So it was just like, oh my gosh. How did you memorize all this? I just made that up. Anyway, I just made that up. But it was so much. And honestly, he was so kind. He was so kind and he was trying to make sure I understood every mechanic. And I was just like, okay, water's bad. All right. Don't touch anything. Yeah, don't touch anything that looks wet. If the Tempest even looks at you wrong, kill them too. Don't touch water. That's it. That's it. Hydro homies? No, that's not the fight for Hydro homies. It sounds legit like something a raid leader would try to explain. Yeah, it was just too much. Just don't tell me at 80% he does this and at 75% he does this. Just say, if you ever see water, run. Water bad. People try to get Monk to quit cola, water bad, yeah. Next you'll say fire bad. Depends on the fight. So yeah, it was a thing. It was a thing. Don't get hit, do damage the whole fight. I mean, yeah, there's sometimes more than that.
Mukluk bobble, mukluk bobble, mukluk bobble.
About 2/3 of that explanation did sound accurate. Dude, even the bidet was accurate. Let's see. I'm glad for Coalescence then I'd be mucked without the raid guys. I'm looking for the Skyscale egg for Soto. Do I need to check every nest in the game till it drops? Yeah. So Jaquan, I've got a guide on that. Let me see if it works on the YouTube chat. Just a second. I do have a guide on the Skyscale for Soto. That's it right there. That shows the nest locations. But yeah, you basically just check them until it appears. You'll give us a Twin Largos raid train today? Yeah, there's one thing about Twin Largos. It's got great music. It's got some of my favorite music in the game. Hold on, Guild 2 Twin Largos music. Let me see if I can find it. Is this it? Angry violins, yeah. My 19th century arch villain theme music. Yeah, dude, love that music. There's quite a few tracks of the game that I really enjoy. Twin Largos, absolutely one of them. Yeah, really, really good stuff. Mug, you already go over the new stuff and laptop thing. No? What are you talking about? I know that there's the PvP rush starts today. Is there other new stuff? Oh yeah, and then there was the thing in the gem store that we were supposed to link to Flute. Here, hold on a second. Hold on, I'm gonna take some pictures. And let's see, let's go to General and paste at Flute Girl. Alright, and get another picture here. Here we go. Alright, there we go. Guild Wars 2 news section. Guild Wars 2 news. Queensdale Academic Skiff Skin. Oh my god, it's so bright. Oh, I tried dark mode. Oh, that makes the titles disappear. Awesome. Academic Skiff Skin. Pretty sure we just saw that. Yeah. And win a Guild Wars 2 laptop from Alienware. We're giving away a branded Guild Wars 2 Alienware laptop and copies of our latest expansion. How many copies? Grand prize is 1 winner. Second prize, 4 winners will get Soto. It is it on... Oh, one of the... Dude, I used to do giveaways with these things too. Okay. What's the other thing? Heretical shoulders. Alright. It's only slight to region. Well, I'll link it in the chat if anybody, if any of you want to enter for the laptop. But no, so there's not actually like a news update. It's just that. You really said my name right on the first try. Well, I will make sure to never say it again because I don't remember what I said, and that way I'll keep a 100% success rate. My guy. One of my favorite videos from you was the ANET Karen training video. Absolute comedy gold. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that was back when Heel Scrapper was actually good. I got them through that fight with 65 reses or something like that. That was crazy. Gyros everywhere. Ugh. That staff as well. The staff? Oh, the Warhammer 40k looking one? I'm gonna close the curtains. The light is blinding. That's just my face! Hold on, Heret. No. Where's the hood? Oh, I guess the heretical cape is no longer in the store. Now there's like a cape and staff and shoulders that look kind of Warhammery when you wear them all. Although these spikes are stabbing into my neck. And helmet. Yeah, the cape and hat I think were part of a combo package. Adeptus Mechanicus cosplay. Need some extra arms. There was one person that worked at A-Net that had a Ranni from Elden Ring cosplay on one of her characters. And I was joking with her. I was like, I bet you're going to go to the art department and be like, make me a backpack that gives me 2 more arms so I can complete my Ranni cosplay. Because she had the blue girl with the big wizard hat, but she needed 2 more arms to complete it. There's a backpack with extra arms. Well, there's a backpack with 1 extra robot arm, but it's like up here on the top. Like, if you were going to be like Victor from League of Legends, that would work. But not Ranni. It wouldn't be good for that one. Sorry, this promotion is not available in your region. Pfft, that'll teach you to get born there. Spike stabbing the net, kind of Warhammer 40k-ish as well. Yeah. I actually started, just like on my own time, a new playthrough of Warhammer. So we recently finished Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader, and I started a new playthrough of it just outside of stream, where, holy cow, I can go through a CRPG a lot faster when I'm not reading everything out loud, let me tell you. And I was just like blasting through it. I'm like, okay, I've already read this, Oh, this is new dialogue. Okay, bing, 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 bing. Blasting through the fights. I'm playing it on unfair mode now. I've had to reload a couple times because like one of my people just got like killed on the first turn, and I'm like, okay. I need the hey, Flute's here. Flute got my message. Oh wait, she responded on Discord too. It says, give me the boat. Flute, it looks so unpractical. Look, there's paperback books all over the boat, and papers here. Wait, I just realized something. Hold on, look. Some of the crystals are mounted to the boat, and some, like, look. That crystal right there doesn't move with the boat. This one. It stays in place. Imagine trying to have a meeting here, do your homework, there's just water splashing you constantly. Is it time for Baldur's Gate 3 Honor Mode? Maybe. I did beat Divinity Original Sin 2 on Honor Mode. I beat that. Very proud of that. For those who don't know, Honor Mode is essentially you're playing the game on the top difficulty, but also when you have 1 save file. And you can reload, like if you know, oh, this is about to go bad, you can reload to that 1 save file, but anytime someone dies, it saves over the save file. So if like you're in a fight and one of your teammates die, it saves, and you're locked into that fight. You can't reload before that fight now. That's Honor Mode. So you, it's very challenging. It's very challenging. Do a good Dark Urge Honor Mode run. That is oddly specific. Honor Mode with Twitch integration. Oh my gosh. The other day I finished a morning stream and I raided Co Carnage. He didn't even notice. He was in the middle of that one scene where you open up like the barn and you find like the bugbear and the ogre getting it on. So we arrived right on time. And he was in the middle of going, oh crap, I think this might be the end of the run. And he was trying to do Honor Mode, and then he made the ogre lady mad. I don't know if he got out of that, because I had to go eat lunch. You did normal and evil Urge. Yeah, I've done 2 runs. I mean, I already spent, well, we did 2 runs of Baldur's Gate, and they were each 100 hours long. Like, they were a lot of fun. I don't know if I want to put in the time for another one right now. There's so many great games right now. We're in the middle of Against the Storm, Trials of Mana. Well, it's a good game. I don't know if I'd say great game. Assassin's Creed, well, let's call it Bard's Creed because I'm sleeping with everybody. Bard's Creed Odyssey. Dude, I got the craziest clip. Hold on. Hold on a sec. Where was it? Oh wait, no, it's not PG. I can't play it during this stream. There was one scene in the game where we did a quest for someone. He's like, I saw a prophecy that my mother and father would, my father would be screaming and my mother would die. And please go get a sword and this sword and shield that I've marked on your map in order to protect my parents. And I go, and the shield was stolen by bandits. So I killed the bandit lady, and I get the shield back. And the sword was at the blacksmith. And he's like, well, you got to pay for the sword. And I'm like, how about I give you a good time? And he's like, oh, well, my spear doesn't work that well. So I had to go get him some medicine to reforge his spear. And then I gave him a good time. And I got the sword without having to pay for it. And I bring the sword and shield back to the guy in the cage. I'm like, here you go. And his parents are there. And they're like, you're being stupid. Get out of the cage. He's like, I'm in here for your protection, Mom and Dad. The prophecy. And I give him the sword and shield. And they're like, wait, where did you get those? And I tell them. And they're like, oh no, that's so terrible. And he's like, why, what's wrong? And they're like, we've been meaning to tell you. You're adopted. The sword and shield were gifts from your parents. And he's like, wait, what? And they're like, yeah, so this mercenary just killed your mother and banged your father. And he starts screaming, and he grabs a bunch of salt, and he shoves it in his eyes and blinds himself. And I was like, look at me. I'm your dad now. Dude. And then he's like, but the prophecy said that my dad would be screaming. And I'm like, oh, he was screaming. Dude, that game. Yeah, Bard's Creed Odyssey. Like anytime, that's my new goal is to get through that game. Anytime the flirt button pops up, anyone, equal opportunity, I'm pressing it, and we're gonna see what happens. We're gonna see what happens. Moke, will we see a Ghost Runner playthrough? I'm not familiar with Ghost Runner. I'd have to look at some trailers and see what that is. Has the patch notes already come out? There wasn't much of a patch today. There was the PvP rush started today. There is a bounce patch that happens 1 week from today, if you're looking forward to that, which has some balancing in it. You did pay for it, just not with money? I gave him a night he'll remember. You could do it with Alexios as well. I kind of figured. I mean, it's Greece, right? Everyone swings in every direction in Greece. Well, we got about, let's see, I got about 20 minutes left in my morning stream chat before I'm out of time. Let me ask you guys about something I'm working on. So, I mentioned this recently. I recently started outlining a video that I want to do. This is just an outline, that's all. But the video is essentially, it might be called So You Want to Play Support. And it's meant to be a guide to help Guild Wars 2 players. And it's supposed to be things that you would want, like, imagine that you could mold, like, the healer that you will run with every time you join a group from now on. It's like, I'm very lucky to have a pretty big platform. If I make a video like this, it's probably going to be seen by a lot of people. So I'm trying to make a video to help all future supports. And I'm going to explain, like, the difference between an offensive support and a defensive support, the importance of boons, your priority list, which currently I've got stay alive, keep them alive, CC when needed, keep your boons up, do damages last. When do you revive versus when do you let other people revive? Group compositions, when do you use Harriers versus not Harriers? If a teammate stands in a death mechanic, it's not your fault if they die. Do you heal the one shy page over in the corner or the 9 other people that are together? Learn the encounters. Boons are more important than DPS. DPS is actually a priority, but it's the last one. Utility skills are not set in stone. You can change them based on the fight. These are all things that I've jotted down that I would want any support I meet to know, right? This is not a guide on, like, here's when you play Firebrand, here's when you play Druid. This is a guide just, like, to help future supports. Would you guys like to add anything? If you guys have any ideas of something that you would like anytime you pug in the future, you're like, man, I hope this mother mucker knows this. If you want to add anything, this is a great time, because I'm just outlining this right now. Do you have boons last longer? Box, what? And now Flute goes back to work, but I expect a boat in the mail later. Oh, do you, Flute? Flute, I'll have gift cards on Wednesday if you still don't have the boat by then. Break the break bar. Boons should be higher on that list of priorities. You think boons should be above CCing? Like break bar? I feel like break bars should be above boons. I honestly think boons should be above do damage, but keeping people from dying, because if someone goes downstate, they lose all their boons. Even if you revive them, they lose everything. And then CC when needed is usually very important, and then boons. I think boons should be above keep them alive. What? You think boons should be above keep them alive? Line of sight, is that in there? I feel like line of sight isn't really an issue in most fights. Maybe fractals? Please mention if Selly is good for support or is it viable. Let's see. Selly. I'll put that. That'll remind me. What boons to prioritize per encounter? I do have a stab and Aegis note here. Because in general, people expect might, fury, regen, swiftness, protection, like, all the time. 24/7. They just expect that. And then maybe vigor, too. But stability and Aegis is like when you need it. So I did have a bullet point for that. To explain why CC should be above. I think CC should be above boons because most major fights, if you fail to break the break bar, you lose. Like on Dagda, if you don't break the break bar, she drops a freaking spirit bomb on you and it usually kills the raid. Like there's you know, so many fights where if you don't break the break bar, on Bone Skinner, if you don't break the break bar, he gets to do more attacks on you and you miss the opening to do a massive amount of damage to him. But that's my opinion, and I'm giving you the chance to tell me if I'm wrong and why you think it's wrong. I really just like the whole boon last 5 seconds. I'd rather have them last like 10 minutes, even if the boon was half as good. I agree with you, Box, but unfortunately that's just not how it is. I don't want to heal the prioritize keeping a bad player alive over giving the party boons. I mean, you've kind of made up a situation and gotten mad about it. I mean, a bad player... I mean, that kind of goes into range... That kind of goes hand in hand with heal the one or the many. If you've got one guy that's off doing something stupid, you can... I'll have a note that says, like, you know, sometimes it's better to just ignore that person. It's better for the group if you just focus on the many. I will break bar in Old Lion's Court. You literally pulled the one example out of thin air in the entire 10 years of Guild Wars 2 where CCing is bad. Stay alive, keep people alive is 1 point. What's more important between boons and CC depends on the encounter. I'd say CC is more important if it would wipe you. When you don't hug the tag, no mechanics you're expected to do per fight. Red circles on HT. I don't know. I feel like most of the time I see, like, if someone's running the arc DPS thing to track break bar damage, and they see that, like, oh, the healer didn't help with the break bar, they'll, like, scream at him. So this is, like, the opposite of that. Like, I think you're gonna get people mad in both times. So stay alive, keep them alive. We'll do that. And then CC when needed or boons. So let's say CC if crucial. Boons. CC if less crucial. How about like this? Maybe like that. I think that falls under heal the one or the many. Break bar on line score. Stay alive / keep people alive is 1 point. When in doubt, hug the tag. Know that mechanic. Well, unfortunately, the support is usually the tag. DPS usually just follow the support and like do damage. Know what mechanics you're expected to do per fight. Depending on the settings, I think, because CC is more of a group thing. Boons are a healer's job. Boons usually come from the offensive support and the defensive support. Yes. Mandatory CC, then casual CC? Yeah, something like that. Mandatory. Casual. What about know when to cleanse? That's a good one. I can't type. When to cleanse condies. That is a good one. So every time the Necro uses curses on themselves, cleanse that shit. Then complain about their damage. I am entertained by my own humor. Mug, the only other thing is I wish they would stop coming out with game mechanic changes as often as they are. I would like to not have to update my character every month. I don't think it's that often, but they, like, in the last 2 or 3 years, they made significant changes to Druid, for example, 2 times, which has been, like, relearning it. You're ruining my blood is power? Yeah. Not to mention, complain about the Reapers and Shroud, you try to heal but can't. Oh my god, I hate that. I'm like, oh my god, that guy's at 10% health. Slam him with my largest heal, it goes on cooldown, and then his Reaper Shroud wears off, and now he's at 10% health. Difference between PvE, this is a PvE guide. I will, well, here, let's, This is gonna be for PvE, not for PvP or World v World. Those are gonna be completely different topics. The new quarterly balance matches have been great for the game health. I think they've been good for the game health outside of PvP. I think they've been bad for PvP. Let's see. Just play Chrono, it does everything. Mention the ability to be versatile with their skill and trait choices to match the encounter. Let's see. Utility skills and traits are not set in stone. How to interpret some things like the wiki or other resources to learn how to change your skills instead of just reading you need X and Y and Z for the fight. Showing player how to figure out when they need to swap their utilities instead of just telling them to swap for certain encounters. Remind players that if you're not in the voice chat, you can normally have enough time to type in chat short messages. Communication is so huge in many fights. I'll do communication. Caught a Mukluk live, feel like I won something. I should watch the games with hi. Hi, James. Yes, I'm here every morning and also every evening on both Twitch and YouTube. If you ever want to hang out. Berserker's been pretty even. Dragon Hunter, the Elias just don't like it. Is this for raids or overall? This is meant to be a guide for PvE support. So fractals, strikes, raids, open world. So for example, like things like tanking, I would take a minute to discuss, like, tanking is a very small part of Guild Wars 2, honestly. In strikes, the only thing close to tanking I can think of is if you have the Canaan Overlook guy or the Old Lion's Court robot following you. In fractals, there's not really any tanking. In open world, there's not really any tanking. In raids, out of 25 bosses, there's like a few of them that you have a tank. So, the thing is, with a title like So You Want to Play Support, I'm betting there will be people just joining Guild Wars 2 for the first time that are checking it out, and they won't know how tanking goes in our game. And I want to try to clear that up while we're here. Pixelated Gray, thank you for the Prime sub, appreciate that. Positioning might be a big one. That's actually very important because things like Firebrand, all their boons are in a cone. So the Firebrand frequently will take one step back from the group, and if you keep like moving behind him, you're not gonna get the boons. Maybe make a note for healers to read all their utility skills. They have a solid understanding what utility they can swap around for specific fights. I wouldn't tell someone brand new to the game to read every single utility skill before they try healing a single fight. But maybe, like, you know, copy a build and use it for a couple of times, and then once you feel like you've got a solid understanding of that, add in another piece, add in another piece. But yes, endgame goal, you should know every tool you have available. For example, if I was in some fight where we needed a pull, and no one else could do it, I know that on Ranger, I can get Fanged Aboga, and it can do a pull. Or I can put an Axe Offhand in, and it can do a pull. Or if I need a block, I can use Greatsword for that one fight, or use the White Tiger for Aegis, or use the Stone Spirit for Aegis. If I just really need a block, depending on the fight. Totally off topic question, is there an easy way to get an instance of Malkor's Leap where Dwayna's Temple is not cleansed? The only way to really change instances is to go into the contacts in LFG and find other people on the same map, join them, and then join their instance. There may or may not be one right now. Fresh 80 new player here. Are there any build sites for PvE and PvP? A long way off, I'm sure, but new to the community. Hello, Tuco. There are a lot of them. I've got my own website with like LI builds right there. There is also guildgen.com. I hope I spelled that right. I think that's it. Guildgen has tons and tons of builds. They're wonderful. If you don't want that, there's hardstuck.gg. They have a lot of builds. There's Meta Battle, and I'm typing these in the order I recommend them. I would go down from like I would go to Guildgen before Meta Battle, for example. I can also try logging out back in after a minute, sometimes you log into a new instance. True, true. Are relics part of skills and traits? It's really easy to ask someone to swap their skills or their traits for a fight. It's a lot more difficult to tell them to swap relics for a fight. And I'll be honest, I never swap my healing relic. Like, on Heal Druid, I just keep the heal relic there the whole time. which might be bad, but it depends. Snow crows. That actually makes me think. Should I have a thing that like snow crows is great, but how do I phrase this carefully? Not the end all be all. Like, there's so many people. Okay, what am I trying to capture here? There's so many people that copy Snowcrow's build, and then they scream at other people that don't copy the Snowcrow's build, and then they themselves aren't even doing the damage of the Snowcrow's build. So it's just like, they're for the best of the best of the best, sir. Yeah. I'm trying to think, is not the only answer to every question. That's very political. I love it. I'll do that for now. Valen on YouTube. Yeah, Valen works with Guild Gen on the Guild Gen guide, so a lot of his stuff is there and just very neatly organized. But yeah, Valen's awesome. So yeah, these are just bullet points. Each one of these will turn into like a full paragraph. It's higher end spectrum. I probably shouldn't use the word spectrum when talking about snow crows. I feel like people might get the wrong idea. People like, oh, okay, that's why they're great at math. No, that's not what I was saying. I suggest a hard stock for beginners, snow crows for experience. Tell them they're acoustic. Acoustic. Yes, they're good at music. People can ask questions in Snowcrow's Discord. They will help with almost anything. I do more damage in my altered build than the Snowcrow's Discord. Snowcrows tend to focus on the highest CS. Yeah, so Snowcrows, for anyone who doesn't know what I'm talking about, they will show you the highest damage you could possibly mathematically do in a perfect situation, which is incredibly impressive. However, most people that copy their builds are maybe able to squeeze out, like let's say you go to Snowcrows, you find a build that it does 40k damage, and then the average Joe copies it and he's able to do 20k. Maybe 30. It's always like a huge difference because they're showing you what the best people in the game can do under the best conditions. Like the perfect scenario, which is a golem standing there with its back to you. And it's just like, yeah, if you could play that build, do it. But, it's not reasonable to expect everyone to, do this the exact same number. Atcon says, Hardstock doesn't really update their builds anymore. Really? I haven't needed to go there in some time. I did not know that, if that's true. Can't do Snowcrow's EBS if you're in the dirt because you don't know the boss mechanic. Yup. What about which boons matter more or most? So, for boons, I'm basically going to say, look, people will generally expect to have all of these boons, except the Aegis, on them at all times. Because people are very greedy in this game. They will expect these at all times. So what you need to do, I'm going to have a section on this where I say, you need to figure out what boons do you bring. And then find an offensive support that brings what you don't. And then keep up, if possible, keep the buffs up all the time that you can. And then Aegis and Stability are boons that you only use on demand. As an example, if you're playing a Heal Scourge currently, they're really good, but they're really bad at providing stability to their party. So if you're playing a Heal Scourge right now, I might like to group with a DPS Quick Herald, because then you got Alacrity and Quickness, and the Herald can do stability on demand. And then you've got everything covered. But it depends on what you play and what you team up with. But it's kind of like the offensive support and the defensive support are two puzzle pieces, and you've got some that work well together and some that you don't have everything covered if they don't fit. Stoker's made a preview discussing of the upcoming patch. Muck, you can keep talking, but you don't need the hand petting chip for that. There you go. They might be waiting for the next balance patch on new weapons. They don't want to re-update again in a month. Maybe. But yeah, the video that I'm describing right now, I'm not going to do too much talking about specific classes because it keeps getting changed. Like last year, druids weren't providing alacrity, I don't think. It wasn't that long ago that druids weren't providing alacrity, right? And not that long ago, the Untamed healer did not exist. So I'm not going to be telling people, like, here's how to play every individual healer, because that's going to change, and then change, and then change over and over. I'm going to be just vague enough that the guide can stay relevant. And encourage people to find up-to-date build guides for their specific class, but give them information that they can use no matter what they're playing, is the hope. Opinion on Mirage Alack DPS effectiveness. If you keep up Alack 100% of the time on your party, and you're doing more than 20k damage against a golem, then I think it's an acceptable build. The reason Quick Heal brand is so popular is it can provide pretty much every boon except Alacrity by itself, so it doesn't matter what Alack DPS is paired with. Heal brand has been popular for a very long time, especially in Fractals, because of the abundance of stability and Aegis it can put out. There are some fights where Aegis doesn't matter. There's other fights where it is so good to have it on demand over and over and over. It was just in the last year that Druid got access to Stone Spirit giving Aegis, so now I can throw one out. But at the same time, I have to use Stone Spirit a lot to keep protection up, so it's hard to save this for when I need it. I can use the White Tiger for Aegis also, but for most of Guild Wars 2's lifespan, or the Druid's lifespan in the game, it did not have Aegis at all. Only the Guardian did. Now a few other classes have some access to it. It has so much on demand. Other classes have something tied to the same skill. Yeah, that's because Firebrand has the tomes. So they basically, Firebrand has 5 weapon sets. Other classes get everything mashed together. Like, look at this skill. This does damage, it does stability, it does protection, and it dazes enemies and is a stun break. So if I need it for any of those things, it's on cooldown for all of those things. Firebrand has that stuff on separate buttons, which makes it very good. Too good. I liked Heal Scourge, but it doesn't have good stability access. That is true. If you are with a Heal Scourge, I would encourage people to team up with an offensive support that does have stability access. And the prime example I think of that is a Quick Herald, because the Heal Scourge provides alacrity, and Quick Herald fills in the other slot. I think Heal Scourge has everything except swiftness and stability. I think it's got everything else covered. Plus, lots of res potential and barrier. Yeah, they skyrocketed how much healing output Heal Scourge can do. It used to be good at barrier, good at resing, bad at healing. Now it's good at healing too, because they added a lot. For high-end rating, I suggest Golem practice until you get above 30k. Boon US above 20, then be solid with that build in any group. Okay, gotcha. Let's see. The builds are great, super high-end. I just enjoy when 40 to 50k crits on Berserker. I love Snow Crows to really see what you should be doing. I take that and fine-tune it to how I should run the tune. Yeah. Herald getting Aegis on Shield 4 is huge for Fractals. Yes. Let's see. Let's go back to the outline yet. So yeah, basically each of these little lines will become a whole paragraph once I'm done with this. But if anyone has anything else to add, I'm going to be ramping up here in a few minutes. So I've got talk about your priority list, the group compositions, when you should cleanse conditions, when to revive versus when to let allies revive, especially if you're the tank, Harriers versus alternative gear. If a teammate is standing in a certain death mechanic, it's not your fault. Heal the one guy or the mini. Learn encounters. Boons are more important than DPS for both support types. DPS is a priority, but it's the last priority. Don't get lazy not doing damage. Utility skills and traits are not set in stone. You can change them. Different ranges. Firebrand, Cone versus Druid, Radial, for example. Stability and Aegis talk. There isn't a set rotation. There isn't a rotation sometimes. Sometimes it's reactive to the situation. Barrier versus healing. Positioning. Actually, this kind of goes in line with the different ranges thing. If you're the tank, and the communication, and Snow Crows is great, but not the answer to everything. I feel like you can't heal stupid goes in there somewhere. Isn't that if a teammate stands in certain death mechanics, it's not your fault if they die? Slash, you can't heal stupid. Now, stupid is such a abrasive way of putting it, because sometimes it's like, if they're not stupid, they just don't know better. Sometimes it might be someone's first time on Bone Skinner or something, you know? But it's, yeah. At the same time, I agree with the phrase. If they're doing something that will guaranteed kill them, there's nothing you can do unless it's like, you know, like on Whisper of Jormag, if you stand inside the hitbox and you gotta, unless you've got like search and rescue to pull them out, you're not going to save them. You've got like 2 seconds to hit them with a full res. Did anyone ever test a group using just LI builds? I've gone on plenty of squads where like over half the squads said they were using LI builds and it worked fine. I never, there's not really an LI healer. Like if everything is going smoothly, Mechanist is very unga bunga with support. But if things start getting chaotic, the healer's usually hitting a lot of buttons. But a group with like 2 healers that are kind of normal and 8 LI DPS would be super simple. Yeah. The COCM is now a special in the vault. Eh? COCM. Oh, Cosmic Observatory. Did you see the Josh Stripe haze short of anime healer versus MMORPG healer? Mm-hmm. That is actually a few years old. But yes. I think he recently turned it into a short, but the video he pulled that from, he posted a few years ago. Sorry, got pulled back into work. Could you do a short recap of the supports? Mech versus Scourge versus etc. Best and worst it's at or something? I mean, that's like 18 classes. What I can tell you right now is that like each support, okay. So there's offensive support and defensive support. Offensive is usually heals, quickness, or alacrity. Lots of other boons. Defensive support. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. This is in the wrong section. Copy that right there. The offensive support is quickness or alacrity. The other one of the 2. The remaining boons, damage. So that's it. So usually, like, for example, off the top of my head, like, all of the supports can provide healing. Mechanist and Scourge, which is a necromancer, can do barrier, like big shields. There might be some barrier on the others, but those have the most of it. Spectre as well. Spectre as well can do a healthy amount of barrier. Aside from that, most of them have have some overlap in terms of how much healing they do, the boons they do. Like almost every real support can provide like protection, can provide regeneration, with rare exceptions. Aside from that, it's very niche stuff. Like a druid can give some stability to their group when they need it, but a guardian can do it 10 times as often. Same thing, druid can do a stack of Aegis in an emergency, but a guardian can do it like a lot. They can do a lot of Aegis. It depends what you're going for. Also, even damage. A heal mechanist does way more damage output than a heal druid does. That's just how it works. And so if you're just, if everything's going well in a group with a druid and everything's going well in a group with a mechanist, and they're both providing their boons 100% uptime, the mechanist will do a bit more damage than the druid puts out. But, you know, in the grand scheme of things, that just means the fight ends like 15 seconds sooner. It might not really matter. Going to dinner, have an awesome stream, everyone. See you, Goddess. You have a good one. Is there a listing of pairings for supports somewhere for reference? I believe hardstuck.gg has a group tool you can use to put compositions together. Last I saw, I haven't been on the website in a little while, but they might still have that. It changes patch to patch. For example, Heal Untamed did not exist a few months ago, and now it does. So Heal Untamed is an option that provides quickness and lots of healing and decent damage as well to its party. But Heal Untamed has like no access to stability for its party. So that's its weakness. You said don't play Guardian. I say a lot of things. Oh, there you go. Lady Merkwood's got a link to it. Bladesworn, that's the new Warrior Elite spec. It's so goofy for the mechanics compared to Berserker. I can't get the hang of it. It's alright. Bladesworn, if you're doing a Bladesworn that provides boons, it's actually quite easy, because it's just like every time you Dragon Slash, you give their group boons for like 20 seconds. And it hits a massive, massive area as well. Whereas every application of boons from a Druid lasts like 1 second. So you've got to like get people this close, and then you've got to like hit them with abilities over and over and over and over and over. Mug rocking that beard, looking good, my guy. How long have you been growing it? A couple weeks. Not too long. Not too long. I still haven't trimmed it at all. I'm waiting for it to get a little bit longer before I do. Still gotta fill in some stuff. Hopefully. Most people don't know this. Firebrand has a 180 radius in addition to the 450 cone. It looks like it hasn't been updated recently, so I see some sorts missing, but it's a neat tool. I'm a staunch advocate of making 600 radius the standard for boons of PvE. Oh yeah, I would love that also. It's just not happened yet. But yeah, Firebrand cone. I'll say like on Engineer, it's less of an issue now because they recently redid Bandage Blast. But Bandage Blast on Engineer was a cone, and it was like a shotgun. It fired 5 bandage projectiles. So someone was right in front of you, and you bandage blasted them in the back, and they got hit with all 5. It was like a 10k heal. But if they weren't in front of you, you know, like if I'm like stacked with this guy, I might be like dodge backward, bandage blast, and then he steps to the side and it misses. I'd be like, ah! It's like if you're playing Ana from Overwatch and you're trying to heal Genji, but he's just like flipping all over the ceiling, screaming, I need healing, and you're just like, oh my god! How long until Madam Bug? Until you get rid of the spike face. ADS, she's the one who told me to grow. Oh my god. So, alright, last story, and then I gotta take off. So, when I had the beard the last time, my wife, she, how did I say this? She loved it at range. She hated it in melee. Okay? So, after a while, finally, the hatred part overtook the range part. And she was like, alright, I'm done with it. And I'm like, you're done with it? She's like, yeah, I'm done with it. And I was just like, oh my god. And she's like, you know, it's your face. You can do what you want, but I'm done with it. And I was just like, well, okay. So yeah, I got the freedom to not get smooches anymore if I keep it. Okay. So I shaved it off. And at first I was like, I'm gonna do some science. She's like, what? And I like trimmed it, and I was like, kiss me. And then it was a bust. And then I trimmed it, and at that point it was so short I hated it. And I was like, smooch me. And it failed. And then I trimmed the whole thing, and I looked in the mirror, and I'm like, who are you? I don't know this man. I don't know this man. And then she's like, oh, that's much better. And then fast forward a few months, it was just like, you know, a week or two ago, and she's like, would you get mad at me if I told you I kind of missed the beard? And I was like, ah, and you flipped the desk. And by the way, this shows how Chip is very used to me. I just did that really loud, and he just did not even stir. So, yeah, I was like, all right, I'm going to grow it back. We'll see what happens. You can always try the 80s actor mustache. Oh, my God. What does 600 radius mean? Do I still have the Bloodshed thing? Hang on a second. Distance rings. Here we go. Okay, let me show you something. All right. So, on a druid, the range of my ability that gives most of my boons is this circle. Okay? If you want heals or boons, you get in this circle. All right? If you're on a Bladesworn and you're giving your group boons, they have to be in that circle. That's 600 range. This is 240. This is 600. So that's what we're talking about. That's a big circle. That is a big circle. Yeah, I found out about this because one day I was on, I was doing flat kiting on the Sabbathite, and at the time I was not providing alacrity because I was doing the Lingering Light build. Don't at me. And I had perma alac, and I was like really impressed. I was like, oh hey, who's the alac provider? And the Bladesword said it's me. I'm like, oh, were you running like halfway over to me whenever you'd provide alac to make sure I got it? That's really kind of you. And she was like, no, I wasn't. I was just, I was picking my nose. What are you talking about? And it turned out this is the range of her abilities. It's crazy. So that is the difference between the two. I don't think this thing can show a cone. Someone asked me to show the Firebrand cone. I don't think that can show that with this tool. Herald has 602. Yeah. Baron, thank you for the prime, somebody. Appreciate that. I want all 5-man boon abilities PvE to have this. Oh, absolutely. It'd be great. Bladesworn can provide a lack. Yeah, James, it has the option to. There is a trait that gives the Bladesworn more damage, and then there's another trait that gives them alacrity providing. So they can choose to be an offensive support or to just be, you know, big damage. Okay, cool. With that, chat, hey, you guys have been awesome. Thank you guys for a wonderful morning stream, and also adding in a little bit to this upcoming video that I am going to make. Hopefully it comes out well. With that, I need to wrap it up here. I've got some other stuff to do before the evening stream. If you happen to be new to my channel, hello, my name is Mukluk. I stream every evening and every weekday morning. I'll be back this evening in about 5 hours for the evening Guild Wars 2 stream, as well as a giveaway. We do giveaways every Tuesday night if you're interested. Hit the follow button if you're on Twitch. Hit like and subscribe if you're on YouTube. I do stream to both every day. These are my YouTube channels. I have 2 of them. You should subscribe to both of those if you like my stuff, so you see all the videos that I make for you guys. And lastly, a special thank you to the patrons. They keep this stream alive. They keep chip fed, all the good stuff. And yeah, with that, I'm going to find someone to raid and end the stream here. And I hope you have a great rest of y'all day.